Chapter 20 of the 13th Greatest of Centuries by James Walsh. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20 The Women of the Century. In generations whose men proved so unending in initiative and so forceful in accomplishment, so commanding in intelligence, so persistent in their purposes, so acute in their searching, so successful in their endeavors, the women of the time could not have been unworthy of them. Some hints of this have already been given in what has been said about the making of furnishings for the church, especially in the matter of needlework and the hand painting of various forms of ornaments. There are further intimations in the histories of the time, though unfortunately not very definite information, with regard to even more ambitious accomplishments by the women of the period. There are, for instance, traditions that the designs of some of the cathedrals, and certainly for portions of many of them, came from women's hands. It is in the ethical sphere, however, that women accomplished great things during the 13th century. Their influence stood for what was best and highest in the life of the time, and their example encouraged not only their own generation, but many people in many subsequent generations, quote, to look up, not down, to look within, not without, close quote, for happiness, and to trust that God's in his heaven and all's well with the world. There are a number of women of the time whose names the race will not let die. While if the ordinary person were asked to enumerate the great women of the 13th century, it would be rare to find one able properly to place them as soon as their names are mentioned. It will be recognized that they succeeded in accomplishing work of such significance that the world is not likely to let the reputation of it perish. Some of these names are household words. The bearers of them have been written of at length in quite recent years in English as well as in other languages. Their work was of the kind that ordinarily stands quite apart from the course of history, and so dates are usually not attached to it. It is thought of as a portion of the precious heritage of mankind rather than as belonging to any particular period. 3 names should occur at once. They are St. Clare of Assisi, St. Elizabeth of Hungary, and Queen Blanche of Castile, the mother of St. Louis. To these should be added Queen Berengaria, the sister of Blanche and the mother of Ferdinand of Castile, Mabel Rich, the London tradesman's wife, the mother of St. Edmund of Canterbury, and Isabella, the famous Countess of Arundel. The present-day interest in St. Francis of Assisi has brought St. Clare under the limelight of publicity. There is no doubt at all that her name is well worthy to be mentioned along with his, and that she, like him, must be considered one of the strongest and most beautiful characters of all time. She was the daughter of a noble family at Assisi who, having heard St. Francis preach, became impressed with the idea that she, too, should have the opportunity to live the simple life that St. Francis pictured. Of course, her family opposed her in any such notion. That a daughter of theirs should take up with a wandering preacher, who at that time was looked on not a little askance by the regular religious authorities, and whose rags and poverty made him anything but a proper associate for a young lady of noble birth, could not but seem an impossible idea. Accordingly, Clare ran away from home, and told Francis that she would never go back, and that he must help her to live her life in poverty, just as he was doing himself. He sent her to a neighboring convent to be cared for, and also, very probably, so as to be assured of her vocation. After a time, a special convent home for Clare and some other young women who had become enamored with the life of poverty and simplicity was established, and to this Clare's sister Agnes came as a postulant. By this time, apparently, the family had become reconciled to Clare's absence from home, but they would not stand another daughter following such a foolish example. Accordingly, Agnes was removed from the convent by force after a scene which caused the greatest excitement in the little town. It was not long, however, before Agnes returned to the convent, and within a few years their mother followed them, and became one of the most fervent members of the little community. The peace and happiness that came with this life of absolute poverty soon attracted many other women, and Clare was asked to establish houses at a distance. Gradually, the order of Poor Clares, the second order of St. Francis, thus came into existence. When it was necessary to draw up constitutions for the order, Clare showed not only the breadth of her intelligence, but the depth of her knowledge of human nature, and her appreciation of what was absolutely necessary in order to keep her order from degeneration. Against the counsels of all the ecclesiastics of her time, including many cardinals and even a pope, she insisted on the most absolute poverty as the only basis for the preservation of the spirit of her second order of St. Francis. Her character was well manifested in this contest from which she came out victorious. Her body has been miraculously preserved and may still be seen at Assisi. Anyone who has seen the strongly set lips and full, firm chin of the body in the crypt of San Damiano can easily understand the strength of purpose and of character of this young woman who molded a generation to her will. The story is told of her that once, when the Saracens invaded Italy and attacked the convent, she mounted the walls with a monstrance containing the Blessed Sacrament in her hands, and the marauders turned away in consternation from the stern, brave figure that confronted them, and bothered the nuns no more. After St. Francis's death, she, more than anyone else, succeeded in maintaining the spirit of the Franciscan order in the way in which St. Francis would have it go. Long after her death, a copy of the original rules was found in the fold of her garments, and did much to restore the Franciscan life to its primitive simplicity and purpose, so that even after she was no more on earth, she was still the guardian and promoter of St. Francis's work. If one wants to know how much of happiness there came to her in life, one should read the famous passage which describes her visit to St. Francis, and how she and he, with sisters and brothers around them, broke bread together with a sweetness that was beyond human. The passage is to be found in the Little Flowers of St. Francis of Assisi, which was written within a century after the occurrences described. It recalls nothing so much as the story of the disciples at Emmaus, and is worthy to be thought of beside the Scripture story. Quote, "When came the day ordained by Francis, Saint Clare with one companion passed forth from out the convent, and with the companions of St. Francis to bear her company, came unto St. Mary of the Angels, and devoutly saluted the Virgin Mary before her altar, where she had been shorn and veiled. So they conducted her to see the house, until such time as the hour for breaking bread was come. And in the meantime St. Francis let make ready the table on the bare ground, as he was wont to do. And the hour of breaking bread being come, they set themselves down together, St. Francis and St. Clare, and one of the companions of St. Francis with the companion of St. Clare, and all the other companions took each his place at the table with all humility. And at the first dish, St. Francis began to speak of God so sweetly, so sublimely, and so wondrously, that the fullness of divine grace came down on them, and they all were wrapped in God. And as they were thus wrapped, with eyes and hands uplift to heaven, the folk of Assisi and Petunia, and the country round about, saw that Saint Mary of the Angels and all the house and the wood that was just hard by the house were burning brightly, and it seemed as it were a great fire that filled the church and the house and the whole wood together. For the which cause the folk of Assisi ran thither in great haste to quench the flames, believing of a truth that the whole place was up on fire. But coming closer up to the house, and finding no fire at all, they entered within, and found St. Francis and St. Clare and all their company in contemplation wrapped in God, and sitting around that humble board. Whereby of a truth they understood that this had been a heavenly flame, and no earthly one at all, which God had let appear miraculously, for to show and signify the fire of love divine wherewith the souls of those holy brothers and holy nuns were all aflame. Wherefore they got them gone with great consolation in their hearts, and with holy edifying. Then, after some long space, St. Francis and St. Clare, together with all the others, returning to themselves again and feeling of good comfort from the spiritual food, took little heed of the food of the body. Close quote. What St. Clare accomplished as her life work was the making of a new vocation for women. There are always a certain number of women who look for peace and quiet rather than the struggle for existence. For these the older monasteries did not supply a place unless they were of the wealthier class as a rule. Among the poor Clares, women of all classes were received. In this way a great practical lesson in equality was taught. Women did not have to marry, perhaps unsuitably, often even objectionable men, simply in order to have a mode of life. They could join one of these communities, and though in absolute poverty, with many hours each day devoted to meditation and prayer, had time to give to beautiful needlework, to painting and book illumination, and to other feminine occupations, and might thus pass long, happy lives apart from the bustle of the strenuous time. Italy, at this time, it must be recalled, was a seething cauldron of political and military strife. Wars were waged and struggles of all kinds engaged in for precedence and power. These women got away from this unfortunate state of affairs. Occasionally, in times of pestilence, when they were especially needed, as happened at least once in St. Clare's life, they took care of the ailing and lent their convent as a hospital. Above all, they stood in the eyes of their generation for chosen people who saw things differently from others. They taught the great lesson of not caring too much for the things of this world, and of not living one's life in order to get admiration, though usually envy comes, nor idle praise for qualities they either do not possess or that are not worthy of notice. They showed people the real value of this life by its reflection upon the other. Many a man turned aside from ambitious schemes that would have injured others, because of the kindly influence of these unselfish women, and because of the memory of a sister or an aunt whose sacrificing life was thus a rebuke to his foolish selfishness. Other women learned something of the vanity of human things by learning to value the character of these poor Clares, and realizing how much of happiness came to them from the accomplishment of their simple duties. Professor Osler said in his lecture on Science and Immortality of these self-forgetting ones, quote, "The serene faith of Socrates with the cup of hemlock at his lips, the heroic devotion of a Saint Francis or a Saint Teresa, but more often for each one of us the beautiful life of some good woman whose eyes are homes of silent prayer, whose loves in higher love endure, do more to keep alive among the Laodiceans a belief in immortality than all the preaching in the land." Close quote. This is what St. Clare accomplished for her own generation, and her influence is still a great living force in the world. What especially should attract the attention of the modern time is the perfect basis of equality on which the Franciscan and Dominican orders of men and of women were organized. Each community had the opportunity to elect its own superiors. The rules were practically the same for the first, for men, and the second, for women, order of St. Francis, except that while the first order were supposed to live on alms collected by begging from door to door, this menial obligation was not imposed upon the women, who were expected to be supported by alms brought to their convents by the faithful, and by the labors of their own hands. This equality of men and women in the monastic establishments became widespread after the 13th century, and made itself felt in the social order of the time as a factor for feminine uplift. Undoubtedly, St. Clare's work in the foundation of the Second Order of St. Francis must be held responsible to no small degree for this. Before her death, there were half a dozen scions of royal families in various parts of Europe who had become members of her order, and literally hundreds of the daughters of the nobility, many of them of high rank, had put off their dignity and position in the world to become poor daughters of St. Clare. They did so for the peace and the happiness of the vocation, and the opportunity to seek their souls and live their lives in their own quiet way, which her convents afforded them. After St. Clare, the best known woman of the 13th century is undoubtedly St. Elizabeth of Hungary, of whom the world knows some pretty legends, while the serious historian recognizes that she was the first settlement worker of history. As a child she wandered down from the castle walls in which she lived, and saw the poor in their suffering. She felt so much for them that she stripped herself of most of her garments, and finally even of her shoes, in order to clothe them. When she was taken to task for this, she said that she had suffered whatever inconvenience there was in it only for a few minutes, while the poor had suffered all their lives. She became the wife of the Duke of Thuringia, and there were 3 years of ideal happiness with her husband and her children. When he went away on the crusade, she gave herself up to the care of the poor. When he died, though she was only 20, and according to tradition one of the handsomest women of her time, she devoted herself still more to the poor, and even went to live among them. She tried to teach them, as do the settlement workers of the modern time, something of the true significance of life, to bring them to realize to some degree at least that so many of the things they so vainly desire are not worth thinking about, but that happiness consists in lopping off one's desires rather than trying vainly, as it must ever be, to satisfy them. It is no wonder that throughout all Germany she came to be called the dear Saint Elizabeth. Literally thousands of women since her time have turned to read the story of her beautiful devotion to charity, and have been incited by her example to do more and more for the poor around them. Those who know it only through Kingsley's The Saint's Tragedy, though this is disfigured by many failures to understand parts of her career and her environment, can scarcely fail to realize that hers was one of the world's sublimely beautiful characters. All she attempted in the thorny paths of charity was accomplished in such a practical way that the amount of good done was almost incalculable. The simple recital of what she did, as it has so often been told, is the story of a great individuality that impressed itself deeply upon its generation, and left the example of a precious life to act as a leaven for good in the midst of the social fermentations of succeeding generations. Yet Elizabeth succeeded in accomplishing all this, in spite of the fact that she was born the daughter of a king, and married the reigning prince of one of the most important ducal houses in Germany. One would expect to find that her life had been long, so many traditions have gathered around her name. She was 20 when her husband died, and she survived him only 4 years. Literally, she had accomplished a long space in a short time, and her generation, in raising in her honor the charming Gothic cathedral at Marburg, one of the most beautiful in Germany, was honoring itself nobly as well as her. It is the greatest monument to a woman in all the world. The next great woman of the century also belonged to a reigning family, and is for obvious historical reasons better known perhaps than her saint contemporaries. This was Blanche, daughter of the King of Castile, but intimately related to the English royal family. Married to Louis VIII of France, she is known principally as the mother of Louis IX. She ruled France for many years while her boy was a minor, and when he came to the age when he might ordinarily assume the reins of government, he voluntarily permitted his mother to continue her regency for some time longer. France was probably happier under her than any ruler that the country has ever had, with the possible exception of her son Louis. She succeeded in suppressing to a great extent the quarrels so common among the nobility. She strengthened and centralized the power of the crown. She began the correction of abuses in the administration of justice which her son was to complete so well. She organized charity in various ways, and the court was an example to the kingdom of simple, dignified life, without any abuse of power or wealth or passion. No wonder that when Louis went on the crusade, he left his mother to reign in his stead, confident that all would go well. If one needed a demonstration that women can rule well, there is an excellent example in the life of Blanche. Personally, she seems to have had not only an amiable, but a deeply intellectual character. She encouraged education and beautiful book making and the Gothic architecture which was developing in France so wonderfully during her period. Of course, she also worshipped her boy Louis, but how much her motherly tenderness was tempted with the most beautiful Christian feeling can be understood from the famous expression attributed to her on good authority that she, quote, would rather see her boy dead at her feet than have him commit a mortal offense against God or his neighbor, close quote. One might almost say that it is no wonder that Louis became a saint. As a matter of fact, he attributed to his mother whatever of goodness that was in himself. There is a touch of humanity in the picture, however, a trait that shows that Blanche was a woman, though it is a fault which draws our sympathy to her even more surely than if she were the type of perfection she might have been without it. She did not get on well with her daughter-in-law, and one of the trials of Louis's life, as we have said, was to keep the scales evenly balanced between his mother and his wife, both of whom he loved very dearly. After Blanche's life, there could be no doubt that a woman, when given the opportunity, can manage men and administer government quite as well as any masculine member of the race, and the 13th century had given another example of its power to bring out what was best in its fortunate children. One of the most interesting women of the 13th century was neither a saint nor a member of the nobility, but only the wife of a simple London merchant. This was Mabel Rich, the mother of Saint Edmund of Canterbury. Edmund is one of these striking men of a supreme century. He had been a student at Paris and later a professor at Oxford. Then he became the treasurer of the cathedral at Salisbury, about the time when, not a little through his influence, that magnificent edifice was receiving the form which was to make it one of the world's great churches for all time. Later he was the Archbishop of Canterbury, and while defending the rights of his church and his people, came under the ban of Henry III, and spent most of the latter years of his life in exile on the continent. Edmund insisted that he owed more to his mother than to any other single factor in life. With her two boys, aged 10 and 14, Mabel Rich was left to care for the worldly concerns of the household as well as for their education. When they were 12 and 16, with many misgivings, she sent them off to the University of Paris to get their education. Edmund tells how, besides packing their linen very carefully, she also packed a hair shirt for each of them, which they were to wear occasionally according to their promise to her, to remind them that they must not look for ease and comfort in life, above all, must not yield to sensual pleasures, but must be ready to suffer many little troubles voluntarily, in order that they might be able to resist temptation when severer trials came. Mabel Rich believed in discipline as a factor in education, and thought that character was formed by habits of fortitude in resisting petty annoyances until finally even serious troubles were easy to bear. Both of her sons proved worthy of her maternal solicitude. Edmund tells how the poor around her home in London blessed her for her charity. All during his life the thought of his mother was uppermost in his mind, and in the immortality that has been given his name because of the utter forgetfulness of self which characterized his life, his mother has been associated. Unfortunately, details are lacking that would show us something of the manner of living of this strong woman of the people, but we know enough to make us realize that she was a fine type of the Christian mother, memory of whose goodness means more not only for her children, but for all those who come in contact with her, than all the sermons and pious exhortations that they hear, and often, such is the way of human nature, even than the divine commandments or the personal conscience of those whom she loves. There were noble women among the gentlewomen of England at this time, too, and though space will not let us dwell on them, at least one must be mentioned. This is the famous Isabella, Countess of Arundel, who, with a dignity which Matthew Paris says was more than that of a woman, reproached Henry III when he sought to browbeat her. She made bold to tell the king, "You govern neither us nor yourself well." On this the king, with a sneer and a grin, and with a loud voice, "Ho, ho, my lady Countess, have the noblemen of England granted you a charter, and struck a bargain with you to become their spokeswoman because of your eloquence?" She answered, "My liege, the nobles have made no charter, but you and your father have made a charter, and you have sworn to observe it inviolably. And yet many times have you extorted money from your subjects, and have not kept your word. Where are the liberties of England, often reduced to writing, so often granted, so often again denied?" The question of womanly occupations apart from their household duties will be of great interest to our generation. A hint at one form of woman's occupation has already been given in discussing the needlework done for the cathedrals, and especially the cope of Ascoli. It must not be forgotten that this was the age not alone of cathedrals, but also of monasteries and of convents. In all these convents every effort was made to have whatever was associated with the religious ceremonial as beautiful as possible. Hence it was that needlework rose to a height of accomplishment such as has never been reached since, according to the best authorities, and many examples of it have come down to us to confirm such an opinion. This needlework was done not only for religious purposes, however, but also as presents for kings and queens and the nobility, and such presents proved to be exemplars of artistic beauty that must have helped to raise the taste of the time. This was essentially woman's work, and in their distant castles the women of the households of the nobility occupied themselves with it to much better effect than their sisters of the modern time with the grievous burden of their so-called social duties. Miss Bateson has given a pretty yet piquant picture of women at these occupations. She says, quote, "There are not wanting 13th century satires to tell the usual story of feminine levities and of female devotions to the needle, to German work and pierced work, Saracen work and combed work, cutout work and wool work, and a multitude of other works to which the clue seems to be now wholly lost. Whilst the women are thus engaged, the one who knows most reads to them. The others listen attentively, and do not sleep as they do at Mass. The opus angelicum consisted of chain stitch in circles, with hollows, made by a heated iron rod, to represent shadows. A cope of this work was made by Rose de Beaufort at Edward II's order and sent to Rome. One, known as the Sion cope, passed into the possession of the nuns at Sion, Isleworth, and can be seen at the Victoria and Albert Museum." Another form of woman's work that came to prominence during the century was the service in hospitals. While the records of the hospitals of the Holy Ghost, which under Innocent III's fostering care spread so widely throughout Europe in this century, are mainly occupied with the institutions of the Brothers of the Holy Ghost, there were many hospitals under the care of women, and indeed there was an almost universally accepted idea that women patients and obstetrical cases should be cared for by women rather than men. It is easy to make little of the hospitals of this time, but any such thought will be the result of ignorance rather than that of any serious attempt to know what was actually accomplished. The sisters' hospitals soon usurped the most prominent place in the life of the time, and during succeeding centuries gradually replaced those which had been originally under the control of men. It was recognized that nursing was a much more suitable occupation for the gentler sex, and that there were many less abuses than when men were employed. The success of these hospitals in gradually eradicating leprosy and in keeping down the death rate from St. Anthony's fire or erysipelas shows how capable they were of accomplishing great humanitarian work. Perhaps the most interesting feature of the story of women's position during the 13th century is that at the Italian universities at least, co-education was not only admitted in principle but also in practice, and many women were in attendance at the universities. In the west of Europe, this feature did not exist. It is a startling comment on how comparatively trivial a thing may change the course of history, that the lamentable Eloise and Abelard incident at the University of Paris during the 12th century precluded all subsequent possibility of the admission of women students to the University of Paris. Oxford, it will be remembered, was formed by the withdrawal of students from the University of Paris, and the same tradition was maintained. Cambridge was a granddaughter of the University of Paris, and the French and Spanish universities must all be considered as standing in the relation of direct descendants. The unfortunate experience at Paris shaped the policy as to the coeducation of the sexes for all these. It would have been too much to expect that university authorities would take the risks which had been so clearly demonstrated even with regard to a distinguished professor, and so coeducation was excluded. It is not easy to say what proportion of women there were in attendance at the University of Bologna during the 13th century. Apparently, it should not be difficult to take the lists of the matriculates as far as they have been preserved, and by a little calculation obtain rather exact figures. Italy, like most of the Latin countries, differs from the Teutonic regions in not being quite so exact in the distribution of names to the different sexes, that the first name inevitably determines whether the individual is male or female. It is not an unusual thing even at the present day for a man to have a first name in Italy or France or Spain, the equivalent of our name Mary. On the other hand, not a few girls are called by men's names, and without the feminine termination which is so distinctive among the English-speaking peoples. In the olden times this was still more the case. Until very recently at least, if not now, every child born in Venice was given two names at its baptism, Maria and Giovanni, in honor of the two great patron saints of the city, and then the parents might add further names if they so desired. A matriculation list of the University of Bologna, then, tells very little that is absolute with regard to the sex of the matriculates. All that we know for sure is that there were women students at the University of Bologna, apparently from the beginning of the 13th century, and that some of them secured the distinction of being made professors. Of one of these there is a pretty legend told which seems to illustrate the fact that charming young women of profound intellectual qualities did not lose the characteristic modesty and thoughtfulness for others of their sex, because of their elevation to university professorship. This young woman, Maria di Novella, when only 25, became the professor of mathematics at the University of Bologna. According to tradition, she was very pretty, and as is usual in life was not unaware of that happy accident. She feared that her good looks might disturb the thoughts of her students during her lessons, and accordingly she delivered her lectures from behind a curtain. The story may, of course, be only a myth. One of the best women educators that I know once said to me that if the tradition with regard to her beauty were true, then she doubted the rest of the story. But then women are not always the best judges of the actions of other women, and especially is this true when there is question of a grave and learned elderly woman passing judgment on a young and handsome professor of mathematics. The Italians became so much impressed with the advisability of permitting women to study at the universities that a certain amount of coeducation has existed all down the centuries in Italy, and not a century has passed since the 13th which has not chronicled the presence of at least one distinguished woman professor at some Italian university. Indeed, it was doubtless the traditional position of tolerance in this matter that made it seem quite natural for women, when the Renaissance period came around, to take their places beside their brothers and their cousins in the schools where the new learning was being taught. It may be rather difficult for some to understand how, with this opening wedge for the higher education of women well placed, the real opportunity for widespread feminine education should only have come in our own time. This last idea, however, which would represent ours as the only generation which has given women adequate opportunities for intellectual development, is one of those self-complacent bits of flattery of ourselves and our own period that is so irritatingly characteristic of recent times. There have been at least 3 times in the world's history before our own when as many women as wanted them, in the class most interested in educational matters, were given the opportunities for the higher education. As a matter of fact, whenever there have been novelties introduced into educational systems, women have demanded, and quite naturally, since "what a good woman wants," said a modern saint, "is the will of God," have obtained the privilege of sharing the educational opportunities of the time. This was true in Charlemagne's time, when the women of the court attended his lectures in the traveling palace school the great Charles founded and fostered. It was true 4 centuries later, as we have seen, when a great change in educational methods was introduced with the foundation of the universities. It was exemplified again when the new learning came in and the study of the classics took the place of the long hours spent in scholastic disputation that had previously occupied so much university attention. In our own time, it was the introduction of the study of the social sciences, particularly, with the consequent appearance of so many novelties in the educational curriculum, that once more was the signal for women asking and quite naturally obtaining educational privileges. Each of the previous experiences in the matter of feminine education has been followed by a considerable period during which there was a distinct incuriousness on the part of women in educational matters. Of course, that is only an analogy, and though history is worth studying, only because the lessons of the past are the warnings of the future, yet this does not foretell a lessening of feminine interest in educational matters after a few generations of experience of its vanity to make up to them for the precious special privileges of their nature, the proper enjoyment and exercise of which it is so likely to hamper. It would be interesting to know just why feminine education, after a period of efflorescence during the 13th century, retrograded during the next century. There have been some ungallant explanations offered, which we mention merely because of their historical interest, but without any hint of their having any real significance in the matter. A distinguished German educational authority has called attention to the fact that a well-known prepared food for which Bologna is famous is first heard of about the time that the higher education for women came into vogue at the Italian universities. Towards the end of the same century, a special kind of pudding, since bearing the name of its native city, Bologna, which might very well have taken the place of an ordinary dessert, also began to come into prominence. This German writer suggests, then, that possibly the serving of meals consisting of these forms of prepared food, which did not require much household drudgery, and did not necessitate the bending over the kitchen range or whatever took its place in those days, may have led the men to grumble about the effects of the higher education. After all, he adds, though the women get whatever they want, when they ask for it seriously, if it proves after a time that the men do not want them to have it, then women lose interest and care for it no longer. This, of course, must be taken with the proverbial grain of salt, though it illustrates certain phases of the domestic life of the time, as well as affording a possible glimpse into the inner circle of the family life. The real story of women's intellectual position in the century is to be found in its literature. How deep was the general culture of the women of the 13th century, in Italy at least, can be judged from the sonnets of Dante and his friends to their loved ones at the end of the century. Some of the most beautiful poetry that was ever written was inspired by these women, and like the law of hydrostatics, it is one of the rules of the history of poetry that inspiration never rises higher than its source, and that poetry addressed to women is always the best index of the estimation in which they are held, the reflection of the highest qualities of the objects to which it is addressed. Anyone who reads certain of the sonnets of Dante, or of his friends Guido Cavalcanti or Gino da Pistoia, or Dante Damiano, will find ready assurance of the high state of culture and of intellectual refinement that must have existed among the women to whom they were dedicated. This same form of reasoning will apply also with regard to the women of the south of France, to whom the troubadours addressed their poetry, to those of the north of France who were greeted by the trouvères, and those of the south of Germany for whom the minnesingers tuned their lyres and invoked the muses to enable them to sing their praises properly. It would seem sometimes to be forgotten that poetry generally is written much more for women than for men. Everyone realizes that for one man who has read Tennyson's Idylls of the King, there are probably 5 women to whom they have been a source of delight. When we think of the 13th century as not affording opportunities of intellectual culture for its women, we should ask ourselves, where then did the minnesingers and the poets of England, Germany, and France, who told their romantic tales in verse, find an audience, if it was not among the women? The stories selected by the minnesingers are just those which proved so popular to feminine readers of Tennyson in the 19th century, and the chosen subjects of interest in the stories show that men and women have not changed much during the intervening centuries. The literature of any period reflects the interest of the women in it, and as interest is itself an index of intellectual development, 13th century literature must be taken as the vivid reflection of the cultural character of the women of the time, and this is of itself the highest possible tribute to their intelligence and education. On the other hand, the best possible testimony to the estimation of women during the 13th century is to be found in the attitude of the men of the generations towards them, as it is clearly to be seen in the literature of the time. In the Holy Graal, the Cid, the Many Singers, and the Meistersingers, woman occupies the higher place in life, and it is recognized that she is the highest incentive to good, unfortunately also sometimes to evil, but always the best reward that men can have for their exertions in a great cause. The supreme tribute to women comes at the end of the century in Dante's apotheosis of her in the Divine Comedy. In this it is a woman who inspires, a woman who leads, a woman who is the reward of man's aspirations. And though the symbolism may be traced to philosophy, the influence of an actual woman in it all is sure beyond all doubt. Nor must it be thought that it was merely in this highest flight of his imagination that this greatest of poets expressed such lofty sentiments with regard to women. Anyone who thinks this does not know Dante's minor poems, which contain to women in the flesh, and above all to one of them, the most wonderful tributes that have been paid to woman. Take this one of his sonnets for instance. Quote, "So gentle and so fair she seems to be, my lady, when she others doth salute, that every tongue becomes all trembling mute, and every eye is half afraid to see. She goes her way and hears men's praises free, clothed in a garb of kindness meek and low, and seems as if from heaven she came to show upon the earth a wondrous mystery. To one who looks on her she seems so kind, that through the eye a sweetness fills the heart, which only he can know who doth it try. And through her face there breatheth from her mind a spirit sweet and full of love's true art, which to the soul saith as it cometh, sigh." Close quote. It will be noted that though this contains the highest possible praise of the woman whom he loved, it has not a single reference to any of her physical perfections, or indeed to any of those charms that poets usually sing. We have already called attention to this, that it is not the beauty of her face or her figure that has attracted him, but the charm of her character, which all others must admire, which even women do not envy, it is so beautiful, that constitutes the supreme reason for Dante's admiration. Nor must it be thought that this is a unique example of Dante's attitude in this matter. On the contrary, it is the constant type of his expression of feeling. The succeeding sonnet in his collection is probably quite as beautiful as the first quoted, and yet is couched in similar terms. It will be found in the chapter on Dante the poet. Need we say more to prove that the women of the century were worthy of the men and of the supreme time in which they lived, that they were the fit intellectual companions of perhaps the greatest generation of men that ever lived. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of the 13th Greatest of Centuries by James Walsh. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21 City Hospitals, Organized Charity. While the 13th century was engaged in solving the problems of higher education and of technical education for the masses, and was occupied so successfully, as we have seen, with the questions of the rights of man and the development of law and liberty, other and more directly social and humanitarian works were not neglected. There had been hospitals in existence from even before the Christian era, but they had been intended rather for the chronic ailments, and, as the name implies, for the furnishing of hospitality to strangers and others who had for the time no habitation than for the care of the acutely ill. In the country places there was a larger Christian charity which led people to care even for the stranger, and there was a sense of human duty that was much more binding than in the modern world. The acutely ill were not infrequently taken into the houses of even those who did not know them, and cared for with a solicitude difficult to understand in this colder time. This was not so much typical of the times, however, as of the social conditions, since we have many stories of such events in our colonial days. In the cities, however, which began more and more to be a feature of life in the 13th century, though they counted their inhabitants only in a few thousands, where ours count them by hundreds of thousands, the need of some other method of caring for such cases made itself distinctly felt. At the end of the 12th and the beginning of the 13th centuries, this need became demandingly manifest, and the consequence was a movement that proved to be of great and far-reaching practical benevolence. It is to the first Pope of the 13th century, Innocent III, that we owe the modern city hospital as we have it at the present time, with its main purpose to care for the acutely ill who may have no one to care for them properly, as well as for those who have been injured or who have been picked up on the street and whose friends are not in a position to care for them. The deliberateness with which Innocent III set about the establishment of the Mother City Hospital of the world is a striking characteristic of the genius of the man, and an excellent illustration of the practical character of the century of which he is so thoroughly representative. Pope Innocent recognized the necessity for the existence of a city hospital in Rome, and by inquiry determined that the model hospital for this purpose existed down at Montpellier, in connection with the famous medical school of the university there. Montpellier had succeeded to the heritage of the distinguished reputation in medical matters which had been enjoyed by Salernum, not far from Naples, during the 9th, 10th, and 11th centuries. The shores of the Mediterranean have always been recognized as possessing a climate especially suitable for invalids, and with the diminution of the influence of the Salernian school, a transfer of its prestige to Montpellier, where the close relationship with Spain had given the medical schools the advantage of intimate contact with the medicine of the Arabs, is not a matter of surprise. At Montpellier the hospital arrangements made by Guy de Montpellier were especially efficient. The hospital of which he had charge was under the care of the members of the Order of the Holy Spirit. Pope Innocent summoned Guy, or Guido as he was known after this, to Rome, and founded for him the Hospital of the Holy Spirit in the Borgo, not far from St. Peter's, where it still exists. This was the mother and model hospital for the world. Visitors to Rome saw it, and could not fail to admire its great humanitarian work. Bishops from all over the world, on their official visits to the head of the church, admired the policy under which the hospital was conducted, recognized the interest of the Pope in it, and went back to their homes to organize institutions of the same kind. How many of these were established in various parts of Europe is hard to determine. Virchow, in his History of the Foundations of the German Hospitals, has a list of over 100 towns in Germany in which hospitals of the Holy Spirit, or medical institutions modeled on this hospital at Rome, were founded. Many of these towns were comparatively small. Most of them contained at the time less than 5,000 inhabitants, so that it can be said without hesitation that practically every town of any importance, at least in Germany, came under the influence of this great philanthropic hospital movement. With regard to other countries, it is more difficult to determine the numbers of places in which such institutions were established. As both France and Italy were, however, much more closely in touch with the Holy See at this time, it would be surprising if they had not been affected as much as Germany by the Pope's enthusiasm in the matter. We do know that in various large cities, as in Florence, Siena, Paris, and London, there was a development of existing hospitals and the establishment of new ones that points to a distinct community of interest in the hospital movement. At Paris, the Hôtel Dieu was moved from the Petit Pont, where it had been, to its present situation, and received large extensions in size and in usefulness. It was at this time, particularly, that it received donations for endowment purposes that would enable it to be self-supporting. A number of bequests of property, the rent of which was to be paid to the hospital, were made, and the details of some of these bequests have an interest of their own. Houses were not numbered at this time, but were distinguished by various signs, usually figures of different kinds that formed part of their façade. The Hôtel Dieu acquired the houses with the image of St. Louis, with the sign of the Golden Line of Flanders, with the image of the butterfly, with the group of the three monkeys, with the image of the wolf, with the image of the iron lion, with the cross of gold, with the chimneys, etc. The Hôtel Dieu, indeed, seems to have become practically a fully endowed institution during the course of the 13th century, for there are apparently no records of special revenues voted by the city or the king, though there are such records with regard to other places. For instance, the Hospital of St. Louis received the right to collect a special tax on all the salt that came into the city. In England, the hospital movement during the 13th century is evidently quite as active as in Germany, at least as far as the records go. These refer mainly to London and show that the influence of the work of Innocent III and his enthusiasm was felt in the English capital. The famous St. Bartholomew's Hospital in London had been a priory founded at the beginning of the 12th century, which took care of the poor and the ailing, but at the beginning of the 13th century it became more frankly a hospital in the modern sense of the word. St. Thomas's Hospital, which remains to the present day one of the great medical institutions of London, was founded by Richard, prior of Bermondsey, in 1213. Bethlehem or Bedlam, which afterwards became a hospital for the insane, was founded about the middle of the 13th century. The name Bedlam is a corruption of Bethlehem, since adopted into the English language to express a place where fools do congregate. Bridewell and Christ's Hospital, which were the other two of the institutions long known as the 5 Royal Hospitals of London, also seem either to have been founded or to have received a great stimulus and reorganization in the 13th century, but both ceased after some time to be places for the reception of the ailing and became one of them a prison and the other a school. The names of some of these institutions became associated with that of Edward VI about the middle of the 16th century. For this, however, there was no proper justification, since at most all that was accomplished within the reign of the boy king was the re-establishment of institutions formerly in existence, which had been confiscated under the laws of Henry VIII, but the necessity for whose existence had been made very clear because of the suffering entailed upon the many ailing poor by the fact that in their absence there was nowhere for them to go to be cared for. As Gairdner points out in his History of the English Church in the 16th century, quote, Edward has left a name in connection with charities and education which critical scholars find to be little justified by fact. Close quote. The supposed foundation of St. Thomas's Hospital was only the re-establishment of this institution, and even when it was granted by him to the citizens of London, this was not, as Gairdner says, quote, without their paying for it. Close quote. How much all this hospital movement owes to Innocent III will be best appreciated from Virchow's account of the German hospitals, the great German scientists not being one of those at all likely to exaggerate the beneficent influence of the popes. He says, quote, The main cause decisive in influencing and arousing interest of the people of the time in the hospitals of the Holy Ghost was the papal enthusiasm in the matter. The beginning of their history is connected with the name of that pope, who made the boldest and farthest reaching attempt to gather the sum of human interest into the organization of the Catholic Church. The hospitals of the Holy Ghost were one of the many means by which Innocent III thought to bind humanity to the Holy See, and surely it was one of the most effective. Was it not calculated to create the most profound impression to see how the mighty Pope who humbled emperors and deposed kings, who was the unrelenting adversary of the Albigenses, turned his eyes sympathetically upon the poor and sick, sought the helpless and the neglected on the streets, and saved the illegitimate children from death in the waters? There is something conciliating and fascinating in the fact that at the very same time at which the Fourth Crusade was inaugurated through his influence, the thought of founding a great organization of an essentially humane character to extend throughout all Christendom was also taking form in his soul, and that in the same year in which the new Latin Empire was founded in Constantinople, the newly erected hospital of the Santo Spiritu by the old bridge across the Tiber was blessed and dedicated as the future center of this universal humanitarian organization." Virchow, of course, considers Innocent's actions as due to the entirely interested motive of binding the Catholic world to the Holy See. Others, however, who have studied Innocent's life even more profoundly, have not considered his purpose as due to any such mean motive. Hurter, who wrote a history of Pope Innocent III, the researches for which he began as a Protestant with the idea that in the life of this pope better than anywhere else the pretensions of the papacy could be most effectively exposed, but who was so taken by the character of the man that before he completed his history he had become a Catholic, looks at it in a very different way. Even Virchow himself quotes Hurter's opinion, though not without taking some exceptions to it. Hurter said with regard to charitable foundations in his history of Pope Innocent III, "All benevolent institutions which the human race still enjoys, all care for the deserted and needy through every stage of suffering from the first moment of birth to the return of the material part to earth, have had their origin in the Church, some of them directly, some of them indirectly through the sentiments and feelings which she aroused, strengthened, and vivified into action. The Church supplied for them the model, and sometimes even the resources. That these great humanitarian needs were not neglected, and their remedies not lacking in any respect, is essentially due to her influence upon human character." With regard to this, Virchow says that hospitals had existed among the Arabs and among the Buddhists in the distant East. Nevertheless, he adds, it may be recognized and admitted that it was reserved for the Roman Catholic Church, and above all for Innocent III, to establish institutions for the care of those suffering from diseases. A corresponding hospital movement that received considerable attention within the 13th century was the erection of leproseries, or hospitals for the care of the lepers. Leprosy had become quite common in Europe during the Middle Ages, and the contact of the West with the East during the Crusades had brought about a notable increase of the disease. It is not definitely known how much of what was called leprosy at that time really belonged to the specific disease now known as lepra. There is no doubt that many affections which have since come to be considered as quite harmless and non-contagious were included under the designation leprosy by the populace, and even by physicians incapable as yet of making a proper differential diagnosis. Probably severe cases of eczema and other chronic skin diseases, especially when complicated by the results of wrongly directed treatment or of lack of cleansing, were sometimes pronounced to be leprosy. Certain of the severer forms of what is now known as psoriasis, a non-contagious skin disease, running a very slow course and sometimes extremely obstinate to treatment, were almost surely included under the diagnosis of leprosy. Personally, I have seen in the General Hospital in Vienna a patient who had for many months been compelled by the villagers among whom he lived to confine himself to his dwelling, sustained by food that was thrown into him at the window by the neighbors, who were fearful of the contagiousness of his skin disease, yet he was suffering from only a very neglected case of psoriasis. There is no doubt, however, of the existence of actual leprosy in many of the towns of the West from the 12th to the 15th centuries, and the erection of these special hospitals proved the best possible prophylactic against the further spread of the disease. Leprosy is contagious, but only mildly so. Years of association with lepers may and usually does bring about the communication of the disease to those around them, especially if they do not exercise rather carefully certain precise precautions as to cleanliness after personal contact or after the handling of things which have previously been in the leper's possession. As a result of the existence of these houses of segregation, leprosy disappeared during the course of the next 3 centuries, and thus a great hygienic triumph was obtained by sanitary regulation. This successful hygienic and sanitary work, which brought about practically the complete obliteration of leprosy in the Middle Ages, furnished the first example of the possibility of eradicating a disease that had become a scourge to mankind. That this should have been accomplished by a movement that had its greatest source in the 13th century is all the more surprising, since we are usually accustomed to think of the people of those times as sadly lacking in any interest in sanitary matters. The significance of the success of the segregation movement was lost upon men down almost to our time. This was, however, because it was considered that most of the epidemic diseases were conveyed by the air. They were thought infectious and due to a climatic condition rather than to contagion, that is, conveyed by actual contact with the person having the disease or something that had touched him, which is the view now held. With the beginning of the crusade against tuberculosis in the latter part of the 19th century, however, the most encouraging factor for those engaged in it was the history of the success of segregation methods and careful prevention of the spread of disease which had been pursued against leprosy. In a word, the lessons in sanitation and prophylaxis of the 13th century are only now bearing fruit because the intervening centuries did not have sufficient knowledge to realize their import and take advantage of them. Pope Innocent III was not the only occupant of the papal throne whose name deserves to be remembered with benedictions in connection with the hospital movement of the 13th century. His successors took up the work of encouragement where he had left it at his death, and did much to bring about the successful accomplishment of his intentions in even wider spheres. Honorius III is distinguished by having made into an order the Antonine Congregation of Vienna, which was especially devoted to the care of patients suffering from the holy fire and from various mutilations. The disease known as the holy fire seems to have been what is called in modern times erysipelas. During the Middle Ages, it received various titles such as St. Anthony's fire, St. Francis's fire, and the like, the latter part of the designation evidently being due to the intense redness which characterizes the disease, and which can be compared to nothing better than the erythema consequent upon a rather severe burn. This affection was a great deal commoner in the Middle Ages than in latter times, though it must not be forgotten that its disappearance has come mainly in the last 25 years. It is now known to be a contagious disease, and indeed, as Oliver Wendell Holmes pointed out over half a century ago, may readily be carried from place to place by the physician in attendance. It does not always manifest itself as erysipelas when thus carried, however, and the merit of Dr. Holmes's work was in pointing out the fact that physicians who attend patients suffering from erysipelas and then waited on obstetrical cases were especially likely to carry the infection which manifested itself as puerperal fever. A number of cases of this kind were reported and discussed by him, and there is no doubt that his warning served to save many precious lives. Of course, nothing was known of this in the 13th century, yet the encouragement given to this religious order, which devoted itself practically exclusively to the care in special hospitals of erysipelas, must have had not a little effect in bringing about a limitation of the spread of the disease. In such hospitals, patients were not likely to come in contact with many persons, and consequently the contagious radius of the disease was limited. In our own times, immediate segregation of cases, when discovered, has practically eradicated it, so that many a young physician, even though 10 years in practice, has never seen a case of it. It was so common in America during the Civil War, and for half a century prior thereto, that there were frequent epidemics of it in hospitals, and it was generally recognized that the disease was so contagious that when it once gained a foothold in a hospital, nearly every patient suffering from an open wound was likely to be affected by it. It is interesting then to learn that these people of the Middle Ages attempted to control the disease by erecting special hospitals for it, though unfortunately we are not in a position to know just how much was accomplished by these means. A congregation devoted to the special care of the disease had been organized, as we have said, early in the 13th century. At the end of this century, this was given the full weight of his amplest approval by Pope Boniface VIII, who conferred on it the privilege of having priests among its members. It will be remembered that Pope Boniface VIII is said to have issued the bull which forbade the practice of dissection. The decretal in question, however, which was not a bull, only regulated, as I have shown, the abuse which had sprung up of dismembering bodies and boiling them in order to be able to carry them to a distance for burial, and was in itself an excellent hygienic measure. Many orders for the care of special needs of humanity were established during the 13th century. It is from this period that most of the religious habits worn by women originate. These used to be considered rather cumbersome for such a serious work as the nursing and care of the sick, but in recent years quite a different view has been taken. The covering of the head, for instance, and the shearing of the hair must have been of distinct value in preventing communication of certain diseases. There has been a curious assimilation in the last few years of the dress required to be worn by nurses in operating rooms to that worn by most of the religious communities. The head must be completely covered, and the garments worn are of material that can be washed. It will be recalled that the headdresses of religious, being as a rule of spotless white, must be renewed frequently, and therefore must be kept in a condition of what is practically surgical cleanliness. While this was not at all the intention of those who adopted the particular style of headdress worn by religious, yet their choice has proved in what may well be considered a providential way to be an excellent protective for the patients against certain dangers that would inevitably have been present if their dress had been the ordinary one of the women of their class during these many centuries of hospital nursing by religious women. The organization of charity is supposed to be a feature of social life that was reserved for these modern times. A subsequent chapter on democracy, Christian socialism, and national patriotism shows how false this notion is from one standpoint. A little additional interpretation will show that the generations which organized the hospitals took care of the lepers in such a way as to prevent their becoming sources of infection for others, and segregated such severe contagious diseases as erysipelas not only knew how to organize charitable efforts, but were able to accomplish their purposes in this manner in such a way that the friction of the charity organization itself absorbed as little as possible of the beneficent energy put into it, and much less than in the case in our own time. Besides, the monasteries were really active centers of charity organization of the most practical character. They not only gave to the people when their necessities required it, but they were active employers of labor, and in times of scarcity constantly made large sacrifices in order to keep their people employed, and even the community itself went on short rations in order that the suffering in the neighborhood might not be extreme. In times of prosperity there were, no doubt, abuses in monasteries, but no one ever accused them of neglecting the poor during times of famine. While the 13th century was so intent upon the relief of the social needs consequent upon illness and injury, it did not neglect other forms of social endeavor. One of the crying evils of the 13th century was the fact that mariners and merchants, as well as pilgrims to the Holy Land, were not infrequently captured by corsairs from the northern coast of Africa and sold into slavery. At times, if there was hope of a very large ransom, news of the condition of these poor victims might find its way to their homes. As a rule, however, they were as much lost to family and friends as if they had actually been swallowed up by the sea, which was usually concluded to have been their fate. The hardships thus endured and the utter helplessness of their conditions made them fitting subjects for special social effort. The institution which was to provide relief for this sad state of affairs had its rise in a typically 13th century way, what doubtless the modern world would be apt to think of as characteristically medieval, but the result achieved was as good an example of practical benevolence as has ever been effected in the most matter-of-fact centuries. Shortly after the beginning of the 13th century, two very intelligent men, whose friends honored them very much for the saintliness of their lives, meaning by saintliness not only their piety, but their thoughtfulness for others before themselves, had a dream in which they saw poor captives held in slavery asking for someone out of Christian charity to come and ransom them. One of these men was John of Matha, a distinguished teacher of theology at the University of Paris. The other was Felix of Valois, more distinguished for his piety than his learning, but by no means an ignorant man. On the same night, though living at a distance from one another, they had this identical dream. Having told it next day to some friends, it happened that after a time it came to their mutual knowledge that the other had had a similar vision. The circumstance seemed so striking to them that they applied to the Pope for an interpretation of it. The Pope, who was Innocent III, the founder of city hospitals, saw in it a magnificent opportunity for the foundation of another great Christian charity. Accordingly, in interpreting it, he directed their thoughts toward the redemption of Christian captives taken by the Saracens. He has, as a consequence, been regarded as the founder of the Order of Trinitarians, A.D. 1198, and did, in fact, draft its rule. It was called, from its object, Ordo de Redemptione Captivorum, Order for the Redemption of Captives, but its members were more generally known as Trinitarians. They wore a white habit, having a red and blue cross on the breast. They were well received in France, where they had originated, were the recipients of large sums of money to be devoted to the objects of the order, and had large accessions to their number, among whom were many distinguished by ability and profound learning. In the year 1200, the first company of ransomed captives arrived from Morocco, and one may easily imagine their joy on again regaining their freedom and beholding once more their friends and native land. The members of this order were sometimes called Mathurians, from the title of the first church occupied by them in Paris. They spread rapidly in southern France, through Spain, Italy, England, Saxony, and Hungary, and foundations of a similar kind were also opened for women. Soffroid, in the Diocese of Meaux, where the first house of the order was opened, became the residence of the general. There was a fine field for their labors in Spain, where the Moors were constantly at war with the Christians. The self-sacrificing spirit of these religious, which led them to incur almost any dangers in the accomplishment of their purpose, was only equaled by their zeal in arousing interest for the poor captives. They became the accredited agents for the ransoming of prisoners, and also for their exchange, and even the Mohammedans learned to trust and eventually to reverence them. When they could not ransom at once, they thus succeeded in ameliorating the conditions in which slave prisoners were kept, and proved a great source of consolation to them. Another order, having the same object in view but differing somewhat in its constitution, was founded in 1218 by Peter of Nolasco, a distinguished Frenchman, and Raymond of Pennafort, the famous authority on canon law. In this, too, medieval supernaturalism evolved the usual practical results. In consequence of a vision, the order was placed under the special protection of the Blessed Virgin, and called the Order of the Blessed Virgin of Mercy. Its members bound themselves by vow to give their fortunes and to serve as soldiers in the cause. Their devotion was so ardent that for the accomplishment of their purpose they vowed, if necessary, to make a sacrifice of their very persons, as Peter actually did in Africa, for the redemption of Christian captives. Hence their members were divided into knights, who wore a white uniform, and brothers, who took orders and provided for the spiritual wants of the community. Gregory IX, admiring the heroic devotion of these intrepid men, approved the order. Many thousands of captive Christians, who would otherwise have dragged out a miserable existence as slaves among the Mohammedans of North Africa, were thus rescued and restored to their families, and a life of freedom and happiness in Europe. This was a fine practical example of abolitionism worthy of study and admiration. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of the 13th, Greatest of Centuries, by James Walsh. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22, Great Origins in Law. Perhaps the most surprising phase of the 13th century history is that much of what is most valued and most valuable in our modern laws, especially as they concern the fundamental rights of man, is to be found clearly expressed in the great law-making of the 13th century. It can scarcely fail to astonish those who look upon the Middle Ages as hopelessly barren in progress, to find that human liberty in its development reached such a pass before the end of the Middle Ages, or that any period so long before the Renaissance and the Reformation so called could be picked out as representing a distinctive epoch in supremely liberal legislation. After careful study, the surprise is apt to be rather that there should have been comparatively so little advance since that time, seeing how much the generation of this marvelous century were able to accomplish in definitely formulating principles of human rights. The first great document in the laws of the 13th century is, of course, Magna Charta, signed in 1215, the foundation of all the liberties of English-speaking people ever since. Perhaps the highest possible tribute to the Great Charter is the fact that it has grown in the estimation of intelligent men rather than lost significance. In quite recent years, it has become somewhat the custom to belittle its import and its influence. But it must not be forgotten that over and over again in times of national crises in England, Magna Charta has been confidently appealed to as a fundamental law too sacred to be altered, as a talisman containing some magic spell capable of averting national calamity. Bishop Stubbs said of it that, quote, "The Great Charter was the first supreme act of the nation after it had realized its own identity." Close quote. Perhaps in nothing does its supremacy as basic legislation for national purposes so shine forth as from the fact that it is not a vague statement of great principles, not a mere declaration of human rights, not a documentary rehearsal of fundamental legalities, but a carefully collected series of practical declarations for the solution of the problems that were then disturbing the peace of the kingdom, and leading to charge and countercharge of infringement of right on the part of the king and his subjects. As might have been expected from the men of the 13th century, from the generations who more than any other in all human history succeeded in uniting the useful with the beautiful in everything, from the decoration of their churches and other great architectural structures to the ordinary objects of everyday life, it was of eminently practical character. While it is the custom to talk much of the Magna Charta and to praise its wonderful influence, there are very few people who have ever actually read its provisions. The classics are said to be books that everyone praises but no one reads, and Magna Charta and the Constitution of the United States are documents that are joined in the same fate. A little consideration of some of the chapters of the Charter will give an excellent idea of its thoroughly straightforward practicalness, though it may serve also to undeceive those who would expect to find in this primal document a lofty statement of abstract human rights, such as the men of the 13th century were never conscious of, since their thoughts were always in the concrete, and their efforts were bent to the solution of the problems lying just before them, and not to the lifting of all the burdens that human nature has to bear. Before this, of course, there had been some development of legislation to furnish the basis for what was to come in the 13th century. The famous Constitutions of Clarendon under Henry II, and the Assizes of Clarendon, quite a different matter, and of Northampton and the Forest under Henry II, gave assurances of rights that had only existed somewhat shadily before. According to the Constitutions of Clarendon, sworn men gave their verdict in cases from their own knowledge. This was, of course, quite a different matter from the giving of a verdict from knowledge obtained through witnesses at a trial, but the germ of the jury trial can be seen. It was not, however, until the next reign that the men of England did not merely wait for the free gifts of legal rights, but demanded and obtained them. There was a new, hitherto undreamt of spirit abroad in the 13th century, by which men dared to ask for the rights they considered should be theirs. The opening chapter of Magna Charta states especially the subjects of the rights that are guaranteed by the document. It is not surprising then to find that the first subject is the Church, and that the most extensive guarantees are made that the English Church liberties shall be inviolate. Churchmen had been largely concerned in the movement which secured the signing of Magna Charta, and then, after all, as must never be forgotten, the Church at this time was distinctly felt by all to be the spiritual expression of the religious aspirations of the people. Over the concluding sentence of this chapter, quote, "the grant of the unwritten liberties to all freemen of our kingdom," close quote, there has been no little discussion. There are some who would consider that it applied to all Englishmen above the condition of villeins or serfs, while there are others who would limit its application practically to those nobly born in the kingdom. Posterity undoubtedly came to translate it in the broader sense, so that whatever the original intention, the phrase came as a grant eventually to all free Englishmen. Chapter 1. Quote, "In the first place, we have granted to God, and by this our present charter confirmed for us, and our heirs for ever, that the English Church shall be free, and shall have her rights entire, and her liberties inviolate. And we will that it be thus observed, which is apparent from this, that the freedom of elections, which is reckoned most important and very essential to the English Church, we of our pure and unconstrained will did grant, and by our charter confirm, and did obtain the ratification of the same from our Lord, Pope Innocent III, before the quarrel arose between us and our barons. And this we will observe, and our will is that it be observed in good faith by our heirs for ever. We have also granted to all freemen of our kingdom, for us and for our heirs for ever, all the unwritten liberties to be had and held by them and their heirs for us and our heirs for ever." Close quote. Perhaps the most interesting feature of the Magna Charta is to be found in the fact that it did actually, in most cases, come to be applied ever so much wider than had apparently been the original intention. It was in this sense a vital document, as it were, since it had within itself the power of developing so as to suit the varying circumstances for which recourse was had to it. There is no doubt at all of the good faith of the men who appealed to it, nor of their firm persuasion that the document actually intended what they claimed to find in it. Modern criticism has succeeded in stripping from the original expressions many of the added meanings that posterity attached to them, but in so doing has really not lessened the estimation in which Magna Charta must be held. The position is indeed noteworthily analogous to that of the original deposit of faith and the development of doctrines which has taken place. Higher criticism has done much to show how little of certain modern ideas was apparently contained explicitly in the original formulas of Christian faith, and yet by doing so has not lessened our beliefs, but has rather tended to make us realize the vitality of the original Christian tenets. As everything living in God's creation, they have developed by a principle implanted within them to suit the evolutionary conditions of man's intelligence and the developing problems that they were supposed to offer solutions for. The comparison, of course, like all comparisons, must walk a little lame, since after all Magna Charta is a human document, and yet the very fact that it should have presented itself under so many varying conditions, ever with new significance to succeeding generations of thinking men, is the best evidence of how nearly man's work at its best may approach that of the Creator. It is an exemplification, in a word, of the creative genius of the century, a worthy compeer of the other accomplishments which have proved so enduring and so capable of making their influence felt even upon distant generations. It is of the very essence of the practicality of Magna Charta that among the early chapters of the important document, chapter 7, is one that concerns widows and their property rights immediately after the death of their husbands. Previous chapters had discussed questions of guardianship and inheritance, since it was especially minors who in this rude period were likely to suffer from the injustice of the crown, of their overlords in the nobility, and even from their guardians. While Magna Charta then begins with the principles for the regulation of matters of property as regards children, it proceeds at once to the next class most liable to injustice because of their inability to properly defend themselves by force of arms, the widows. Chapter 7, quote, "A widow, after the death of her husband, shall forthwith and without difficulty have her marriage portion and inheritance, nor shall she give anything for her dower or for her marriage portion, or for the inheritance which she and her husband held on the day of the death of that husband, and she may remain in the home of her husband for 40 days after his death, within which time her dower shall be assigned to her." Chapter 8. Let no widow be compelled to marry, so long as she prefers to live without a husband, provided always that she gives security not to marry without our consent, if she holds of us, or without the consent of the lord of whom she holds, if she holds of another. The first of these provisions serves to show very well how early in the history of English jurisprudence a thoroughgoing respect for women's legal rights began to have a place. The beginning 13th century made an excellent start in their favor. For some reason the movement for justice thus initiated did not continue, but suffered a sad interruption down almost to our own times. The second of these provisions for widows, embodied in Chapter 8, sounds a little queer to the modern ear. This protection of widows from compulsion to marry is apt to seem absolutely unnecessary in these modern days. Some of the unmarried are indeed prone to think, perhaps, that widows have more than their due opportunity in this matter, without any necessity for protecting them from compulsion. Of course, it is to be understood that it was not always so much the charms of the lady herself that must be protected from compulsion, as those of the property which she inherited, and the political and marital influence that she might be expected to bring her husband. In these troublous times, when disputes with appeals to arms were extremely frequent, it was important to have the regulation that after death of a husband there should be no sudden unbalancing of political power because of the compelled marriage of the widow of some powerful noble. In certain subsequent chapters up to the 12th, there is a question mainly of the rights of the Jews, as money lenders, to collect their debts with interest after the death of the principal to whom it was loaned. For instance, according to Chapter 10, the debt shall not bear interest while the heir is under age, and if the debt fell to the hands of the crown, nothing but the principal was to be taken. In Chapter 11, if anyone died indebted to the Jews, his wife should have her dower and pay nothing of that debt. For children under age, the same principle held, and they had a right to the provision of necessities in keeping with the condition of their father. This last clause has been perpetuated in the practice of our courts, as some consider even to the extent of an abuse, so that debtors cannot collect from the income of a young man to whom money has been left, if by so doing the income should be impaired to such an extent as to make his method of living unsuitable to the condition in life to which he was born and brought up. Chapter 12 has been the subject of more discussion perhaps than any other. Mackini, the most recent commentator on Magna Charta, says of it, quote, "This is a famous clause, greatly valued at the time it was framed, because of its precise terms and narrow scope, which made evasion difficult, and even more highly valued in after days for exactly opposite reasons. It came, indeed, to be interpreted in a broad general sense by enthusiasts who, with the fully developed British Constitution before them, read the clause as enunciating the modern doctrine that the Crown can impose no financial burden whatsoever on the people without the consent of Parliament." Close quote. Readers may judge for themselves from the tenor of the chapter how wide a latitude in interpretation it not only permits but invites. Chapter 12, quote, "No scutage nor aid shall be imposed in our kingdom, unless by common counsel of our kingdom, except for ransoming our person, for making our eldest son a knight, and for marrying our eldest daughter, and for these there shall not be levied more than a reasonable aid. In like manner it shall be done concerning aids from the citizens of London." Close quote. There is no doubt that it is hard to read in this chapter all that has been found in it by enthusiastic appellants to Magna Charta at many times during the succeeding centuries. As a matter of fact, however, within half a century after it had been promulgated, it was appealed to confidently as one of the reasons why an English Parliament should meet if the king required special levies of money for the purpose of carrying on war. It was during the 6th and 7th decades of the 13th century that the great principle of English legislation, "There shall be no taxation without representation," which 6 centuries later was to be appealed to by the American colonies as the justification for their war of independence, gradually came to be considered as a fundamental principle of the relationship between the government and the people. That it had its origin in Magna Charta, there seems no doubt, and it is only another example of that unconscious development of a vital principle which, as we know from history, took place so often with regard to chapters of the Great Charter. Undoubtedly, one of the most important chapters of Magna Charta is the very brief one, number 17, which concerns itself with the holding of a Court of Common Pleas. The whole of the chapter is, "Common pleas shall not follow our court, but shall be held in some fixed place." This represented a distinct step in advance in the dispensing of justice. It is a little bit hard for us to understand, but all departments of government were originally centered in the king and his household, the court, which attended to royal and national business of every kind. As pointed out by Mr. McKinney in his Magna Charta, the court united in itself the functions of the modern cabinet of the administrative department, the Home Office, the Foreign Office, and the Admiralty, and of the various legal tribunals. It was the parent of the Court of St. James and the courts at Westminster. Almost needless to say, it is from the fact that the dispensing of justice was a function of royalty that the places of holding trials are still called courts. Accordingly, in this chapter of Magna Charta, therefore, ordinary trials, common pleas, did not have to follow the court, that is, the royal household, in its wanderings through various parts of the kingdom, but they were held at an appointed place. In the days of Henry II, the entire machinery of royal justice had to follow the monarch as he passed, sometimes on the mere impulse of the moment, from one of his favorite hunting seats to another. Crowds thronged after him in hot pursuit, since it was difficult to transact business of moment before the court without actually being present. This entailed almost intolerable delay, extreme annoyance, and great expense upon litigants, who brought their pleas for the king's decision. There is an account of the hardships which this system inflicted upon suitors, told of one celebrated case. Richard Donasty gave a graphic record of his journeyings in search of justice throughout a period of 5 years, during which he visited in the king's wake most parts of England, Normandy, Aquitaine, and Anjou. Ultimately successful, he paid dearly for his legal triumph. He had to borrow at a ruinous rate of interest in order to meet his enormous expenses, mostly for traveling, and was scarcely able to discharge his debts. All litigation, then, that did not directly involve the crown or criminal procedures could be tried, therefore, by a set of judges who sat permanently in some fixed spot, which, though not named, was probably intended from the beginning to be Westminster. Hence, it has been said by distinguished English jurists that Magna Charta gave England a capital. On the other hand, Chapter 14 ensured justice in criminal cases by reserving these pleas to judges appointed by the crown. This short chapter reads, "No sheriff, constable, coroner, or others of our bailiffs shall hold pleas of our crown." This last expression did not necessarily mean matters concerned with royal business, as might be thought, but had in King John's time come to signify criminal trials of all kinds. It is easy to understand that those accused of crime would look confidently for justice to the representative of the central government, while they dreaded the jurisdiction of the less responsible officials resident in the counties, who had a widespread reputation for cruelty and oppression, and for a venality that was hard to suppress. It would seem as though these quotations would serve to make even the casual reader appreciate how thoroughly Magna Charta deserves the reputation which it has borne now for nearly 7 centuries, of an extremely valuable fundamental document in the history of the liberties of the English-speaking people. Some of the subsequent chapters may be quoted without comment, because they show with what careful attention to detail the rights of the people were guaranteed by the charter, and how many apparently trivial things were considered worthy of mention. We may call attention to the fact that in chapters 41 and 42 there are definite expressions of guarantee for the rights even of aliens, which represent a great advance over the feelings in this respect that had animated the people of a century or so before, and foreshadow the development of that international comity which is only now coming to be the distinguishing mark of our modern civilization. Quote, "A free man shall not be amerced for a small offense except in accordance with the degree of the offense, and for a grave offense he shall be amerced in accordance with the gravity of his offense, yet saving always his contentment, and a merchant in the same way, saving his wares, and a villain shall be amerced in the same way, saving his wainage, if they have fallen into our mercy, and none of the aforesaid amercements shall be imposed except by the oath of honest men of the neighborhood. If any free man shall die intestate, his chattels shall be distributed by the hands of the nearest kinsfolk and friends, under the supervision of the church, saving to every one the debts which the deceased owed to him. No constable or other bailiff of ours shall take corn or other provisions from anyone without immediately tendering money therefor, unless he can have postponement thereof by permission of the seller. No sheriff or bailiff of ours, or any other person, shall take the horses or carts of any freeman for transport duty, against the will of the said freeman. All cathedrals of the future shall be removed altogether from the Thames and Medway, and throughout all England, except upon the sea coast. Nothing in the future shall be taken or given for a writ of inquisition of life or limbs, but freely it shall be granted and never denied. No bailiff for the future shall put any man to his law upon his own mere word of mouth, without credible witnesses brought for this purpose. No freeman shall be arrested or detained in prison, or deprived of his freehold, or outlawed, or banished, or in any way molested, and we will not set forth against him, nor sent against him, unless by the lawful judgment of his peers, and by the law of the land. To no one will we sell, to no one will we refuse or delay right or justice. All merchants shall have safe and secure exit from England and entry to England, with the right to tarry there and to move about as well by land as by water, for buying and selling by the ancient and right customs, quit from all evil tolls, except in times of war, such merchants as are of the land at war with us. And if such are found in our land at the beginning of the war, they shall be detained without injury to their bodies or goods, until information be received by us, or by our chief justiciar, how the merchants of our land found in the land at war with us are treated, and if our men are safe there, the others shall be safe in our land. It shall be lawful in future for any one, excepting those imprisoned or outlawed in accordance with the law of the kingdom, and natives of any country at war with us, and merchants who shall be treated as is above provided, to leave our kingdom and to return, safe and secure by land and water, except for a short period in time of war, on grounds of public policy, reserving always the allegiance due to us. We shall appoint as justices, constables, sheriffs, or bailiffs only such as know the law of the realm and mean to observe it well. We shall have, moreover, the same respite and the same manner in rendering justice concerning the disafforestation or retention of those forests which Henry our father and Richard our brother afforested, and concerning the wardship of lands which are of the fief of another, namely such wardships as we have hitherto had by reasons of a fief which any one held by us by knight's service, and concerning abbeys founded on other fiefs than our own, in which the lord of the fee claims to have right, and when we have returned, or if we desist from our expedition, we will immediately grant full justice to all who complain of such things. All fines made with us unjustly and against the laws of this land, and all amercements imposed unjustly and against the law of this land, shall be entirely remitted, or else it shall be done concerning them according to the decision of the 25 barons, of whom mention is made below, in the clause for securing the peace, or according to the judgment of the majority of the same, along with aforesaid Stephen, Archbishop of Canterbury, if he can be present, and such others as he may wish to bring with him for this purpose, and if he cannot be present, the business shall nevertheless proceed without him, provided always that if any one or more of the aforesaid 25 barons are in a similar suit, they shall be removed as far as concerns this particular judgment, others being substituted in their places, after having been selected by the rest of the same 25 for this purpose only, and after having been sworn. Moreover, all the aforesaid customs and liberties, the observance of which we have granted in our kingdom as far as pertains to us towards our men, shall be observed by all of our kingdom, as well by clergy as by laymen, as far as pertains to them towarding their men. And on this head we have caused to be made our letters patent of Stephen, Archbishop of Canterbury, Henry, Archbishop of Dublin, the bishops aforesaid, and Master Pandulph, as evidence of this clause of security and of the aforesaid concessions." Close quote. These last provisions show how closely the Church was bound up with the securing and maintenance of the rights of the English people. The clauses we have quoted just before need no comment to show how sturdily the spirit of liberty strode abroad even at the beginning of the 13th century, for Magna Charta was signed in 1215. The rest of the century was to see great advances in liberty and human rights, even beyond the guarantees of the Great Charter. Magna Charta, glorious as it was only the beginning of that basic legislation which was to distinguish the 13th century in England. About the middle of the century, Bracton began his collection of the laws of the land, which has since been the great English classic of the common law. His work was accomplished while he was the chief justiciary during the reign of Henry III. For many years before, he had occupied various judicial positions as Justice Itinerant of the counties of Nottingham and Derby, and for 17 years his name appears as one of the justices of the Aula Regis. This experience put him in an eminently fitting position to be the mouthpiece of English practice and law applications, and his book was at once accepted as an authority. It is a most comprehensive and systematic work in 5 volumes, bearing the title De Legibus et Consuetudinibus Angliae, and was modeled after the Institutes of Justinian. It was during the reign of Edward I, the English Justinian as he has been called, that the English common law came to its supreme expression, and this monarch has rightly been placed among the great benefactors of mankind for his magnanimous generosity in securing the legal rights of his subjects and framing English liberties for all time. Not a little of Edward's greatness as a lawmaker, and his readiness to recognize the rights of his subjects, with his consequent willingness to have English law arranged and published, must be attributed to his connection during his earlier years as Prince of Wales with the famous Simon de Montfort. To this man, more than to any other, the English-speaking people owe the development of those constitutional rights which gradually came to be considered inalienably theirs during the 13th century. He is undoubtedly one of the very great characters of history, and the 13th century is by so much greater for having been the scene of his labors during so many years for the establishment of constitutional limitations to the power of the monarch and the uplifting of the rights of subjects not only among the nobility but also among the lower classes. It was in Edward's time that the English common law was fashioned into the shape in which it was to exist for many centuries afterwards. How true this is may perhaps best be judged by the fact that even the laws with regard to real estate have not been changed in essence since that time, though medieval titles to land would seem to be so different to those of the present day. According to the Encyclopedia Britannica, the changes which have been made since that time have been mainly due to the action of equity and legislation, the latter sometimes interpreted by the courts in a manner very different from the intention of Parliament. The same authority is responsible for the statement that the reign of Edward I is notable for three leading real estate statutes which are still law. One of these was with regard to mortmain, while the important statute known as Aequo Emptores, the 18th of chapter 1 of the laws of Edward I, had the practical effect of making the transfer of land thenceforward more of a commercial and less of a legal transaction. It is to this same period that is owed the writ elegit, which introduced the law practice of a creditor's remedy over real estate. How little was accomplished in the matter of lawmaking in subsequent centuries may be gathered from the fact that Mr. James Williams, who writes the article on real estate in the Encyclopedia Britannica 9th edition, says that from 1290 to the reign of Henry VIII, that is down to the 16th century, there is no statute of the first importance dealing with real estate. In a word, then, it may be said that these lawmakers of the 13th century anticipated most of the legal difficulties of the after time. Their statutory provisions, as in the case of the chapters of Magna Charta, seemed originally only to have a narrow application to certain urgent legal questions of the time, but proved eventually to contain in themselves the essence of legal principles that could be applied in circumstances such as the original lawmaker had not even imagined. This is indeed the typical triumph of the century in every line of endeavor, that, while apparently it devoted itself only to the narrow problems of its own time, its solutions to them, whether in art or architecture or decoration, in literary expression or poetic effectiveness, in educational methods or social uplift, always proved so complete, so thoroughly human in the broadest sense of that word, and so consonant with development, that their work did not have to be done over again. No greater praise than this could be bestowed. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of the 13th, Greatest of Centuries, by James Walsh. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23, Justice and Legal Development. It must not be thought, because we have devoted so much time to the triumphs of English lawmaking in the 13th century, that therefore there is little or nothing to be said about this same admirable feature of the time in other countries. As a matter of fact, every nation in Europe saw the foundation of its modern legal system laid and was responsive witness to the expression of the first principles of popular rights and popular liberties. Montalembert, in his Life of Saint Elizabeth of Hungary, makes no mention in the introduction, which is really a panegyric of the 13th century, of the progress of English lawmaking, and yet considers that he is able to bring together enough evidence to show that legislation had its acme of development just at this time. His paragraph on the subject will serve as the best possible preface to the scant treatment of continental lawmaking and enforcement of justice in this period that our limited space will allow. He says, quote, legislation never, perhaps, had a more illustrious period. On the one hand, the popes, supreme authorities in matter of law as well as of faith, gave to canon law the fullest development possible in this magnificent security of Christian civilization, sat themselves as judges with exemplary assiduity, published immense collections, and founded numerous schools. On the other hand, that period gave birth to most of the national legislation of the various states of Europe, the great mirrors of Swabia and Saxony, the first laws published in the German language by Frederick II at the Diet of Mentz, and the code given by him to Sicily. In France, the Institutes of St. Louis, together with the common law of Pierre de Fontaine, and the statutes of Beauvoisis, of Philip of Beaumanoir, and lastly the French version of the Assizes of Jerusalem, in which is to be found the most complete resume now extant of Christian and chivalric law. All these precious monuments of the old Christian organization of the world are preserved in the native languages of the various people, and are distinguished less even by this fact than by their generous and pious spirit, from that pernicious Roman law, the progress of which was destined soon to change all the principles of the former. Close quote. Most of Montalembert's paragraph refers to the lawmaking in Europe with which he is naturally more familiar. He has supplied ample material for consultation for those who wish to follow out this interesting theme further. Even more significant, however, than the lawmaking in France were the new ideas with regard to the enforcement in law that came in during the reign of Louis IX. We have not had to wait until this generation to realize that as a rule it is not the absence of law so much as the lack of enforcement of such laws as exists that give rise to many of the injustices between men. St. Louis made it his business to bring about the enforcement of the laws with proper construction of their terms in such a way as to secure the rights of all. He himself sat under the famous old oak of Versailles as a court of appeals, reviewing especially the cases of the poor. It soon came to be known that it would be a sad occasion for any and every court official who was found to have given judgment against the poor because of partiality or the yielding to unlawful influence. On the other hand, in order to keep the right of appeal from being abused, punishments were meted out to those who made appeals without good reason. Finding that he was unable to hear so many cases as were appealed to him, Louis chose Stephen Boileau to act as Chief Justice, and committed the care of proper legal enforcement with confidence into his hands. Boileau had become famous by having condemned some very near relatives under circumstances such that relationship might have been expected to weigh down the wrong side of the scales of justice, and in a few years he enhanced his reputation by the utter disregard of all motives in the settlement of suits at law except those of the strictest justice. How much Louis himself did in order to safeguard the rights of the poor can be judged from the famous incident told by all his biographers, in which he risked the enmity of the most powerful among his barons, in order to secure the punishment of one of them who had put two students to death. This was the first time that the rights of men as men were asserted, and it constitutes the best possible testimony to the development of law and true liberty in France. Quote, 3 young nobles of the country of Flanders were surprised, together with the abbot of St. Nicholas, in a wood pertaining to Coucy, with bows and arrows. Although they had neither dogs nor hunting implements, they were found guilty of having gone out to hunt, and were hanged. The abbot and several women of their families made complaint to the king, and Erengard was arrested and taken to the Louvre. The king summoned him before him. He appeared, having with him the king of Navarre, the king of Burgundy, the counts of Bar, Soissons, Brittany, and Blois, the archbishop of Rheims, Sire John of Thorote, and nearly all the great men in the kingdom. The accused said that he wished to take counsel, and he retired with most of the seigneurs who had accompanied him, leaving the king alone with his household. When he returned, John of Thorote, in his name, said that he would not submit to this inquiry, since his person, his honor, and his heritage were at stake, but that he was ready to do battle, denying that he had hanged the three young men or ordered them to be hanged. His only opponents were the abbot and the women who were there to ask for justice. The king answered that in causes in which the poor, the churches, and persons worthy of pity took part, it was not fitting to decide them in battle, for it was not easy to find anyone to fight for such sorts of people against the barons of the kingdom. He said that his action against the accused was no new thing, and he alleged the example of his predecessor, Philip Augustus. He therefore agreed to the request of the complainants, and caused Enguerrard to be arrested by the sergeants and taken to the Louvre. All prayers were useless. St. Louis refused to hear them, rose from his seat, and the barons went away astonished and confused. They did not, however, consider that they were beaten. They again came together, the king of Navarre, the count of Brittany, and with them the countess of Flanders, who ought rather to have intervened for the victims. It was as if they had conspired against the king's power and honor, for they were not content to implore Coucy's release, but asserted that he could not be kept in prison. The Count of Brittany maintained that the king had no right to institute inquiries against the barons of his kingdom in matters which concerned their persons, their heritage, or their honor. The king replied, "You did not speak thus in former times, when the barons, in direct dependence upon you, came before me with complaints against yourself, and offered to sustain them in battle. You then said that to do battle was not in the way of justice." The barons put forward a final argument, namely, that according to the customs of the kingdom, the king could only judge the accused and punish him in person after an inquiry to which he had refused to submit. The king was resolute, and declared that neither the rank of the guilty man nor the power of his friends should prevent him from doing full justice. Coucy's life was, however, spared. The fact that he had not been present at the judgment nor at the execution prevailed in his favor. By the advice of his counselors, the king condemned him to pay 1,200 livres parisis, which, considering the difference in the purchasing power of money, may be estimated at considerably more than 400,000 pounds. And he sent this sum to St. John of Acre for the defense of Palestine. The wood in which the men were hanged was confiscated to the Abbey of St. Nicholas. The condemned man was also constrained to found 3 perpetual chapelries for the souls of his victims, and he forfeited jurisdiction over his woods and fish ponds, so that he was forbidden to imprison or execute for any offense which had to do with them. Since Erengard's defender, John of Thorote, had in his anger told the barons that the king would do well to hang them all, the king, who had been told of this, sent for him and said, "How comes it, John, that you have said I should hang my barons? I certainly will not have them hanged, but I will punish them when they do amiss." John of Thorote denied that he had said this, and offered to justify himself on the oath of 20 or 30 knights. The king would not carry the matter further, and let him go. Close quote. One of the best evidences of the development of the spirit of law in Germany during this time is the establishment of the famous Femic courts, or Vermegericht, which achieved their highest importance during the 13th century. As with regard to the universities, there is a tradition that carries the origin of these courts back to the time of Charlemagne. They are much more likely to have been developments of the relics of the ancient free courts of the old Teutonic tribe. The first definite knowledge of their existence cannot be traced much earlier than a decade or two before the 13th century. They had their principal existence in Westphalia. Practically the whole country between the Rhine and the Weser was ruled to a subordinate degree by these Femic courts. During the 13th century, they were used only in the most beneficial and liberal spirit, supplying a means of redress at a time when the public administration of justice was almost completely in abeyance. As a matter of fact, before their establishment, disregard for authority to the extent of utter lawlessness prevailed in this part of Germany. The significance of these courts has sometimes been missed. They arose, however, out of the justice-loving spirit of the people themselves, and were meant to supply legal enforcements when the regularly constituted authorities were unable to secure them. They remind one very much of the vigilance committees, which in our own country, in the cities of the distant West, bravely and with admirable prudence of the race, have so often supplied the place of regular courts, and have brought justice and order out of the chaos of lawlessness. The last place most people would expect their prototypes, however, would be here in the Germany of the 13th century. How much these Wegmaricht accomplished during the 13th and 14th centuries, it would be difficult to say. They represent an outgrowth of the spirit of the people themselves that constitutes another striking feature of the practical side of the generations of the 13th century. They had much more to do with bringing about the development of the modern acute sense of justice among the Teutonic peoples than is usually thought. They are the Germanic expression of the same feelings that in England dictated trial by jury, and secured for the English-speaking people of all time the precious privileges of even-handed justice and the right to be judged by one's peers. It was not alone in the western countries of Europe that great advances were made in liberty. The democratic spirit that was abroad made itself felt everywhere, and the foundations of rights for the people were laid even in Central Europe, in countries which ordinarily are thought of at this time as scarcely more than emerging from barbarism. Hungary may be cited as an example. Andrew II is usually set down by narrow-minded historians as having been entirely too visionary in his character, and the fact that he led the Fifth Crusade, apparently even more fruitless than were most of the others, is supposed to be an additional proof of this. Even Duru, in his History of the Middle Ages, says of him, quote, "He organized a state of anarchy by decreeing his golden bull that if the king should violate the privileges of the nobility, they should be permitted to resist him by force, and such resistance should not be treated as rebellion." Close quote. As a matter of fact, his people were thus granted a constitution more liberal even than that of Magna Charta, but containing quite similar provisions in many respects, and the curious historical analogy is heightened when we recall that at the two ends of civilized Europe these constitutions were given in the same decade. One cannot help but wonder whether the Saxon elements which were in both peoples, for many Saxons and Frisian colonists had been induced to settle in certain parts of Transylvania just a half century before, did not have much to do with this extremely interesting development in Hungary, so like the corresponding evolution of the democratic spirit among their western kinfolk. In Poland, the development in law came a little later, but evidently as a result of the same factors that were at work during the 13th century. Casimir the Great, who was born shortly after the close of the 13th century, gave wise laws to Poland which have constituted the basis of Polish law ever since. At this time, Poland was one of the most important countries in Europe. Casimir, besides giving laws to his people, also founded a university for them and in every way encouraged the development of such progress as would make his subjects intelligently realize their own rights and maintain them, apparently foreseeing that thus the king would be better able to strengthen himself against the many enemies that surrounded him in Central Europe. How much the great popes of the century accomplished for the foundation and development of law can only be appreciated by those who realize the extent of their contributions to the codification of canon law. It was the arrangement of this in definite shape that put the civil jurists of the time at work setting their house in order. Innocent III, who is deservedly called Pater Juris, devoted a great deal of his wonderful energy and genius to the arrangement of canon law. This placed for the first time the canon law on an absolutely sure footing and filled up many gaps that formerly existed. Gregory IX commissioned his chaplain, the famous Raymond of Penafort, who had been a professor of canon law in the University of Bologna, to codify all the decretals since the time of Gratian. This work was officially promulgated in 1234, 4 years of labor having been devoted to it. The laws are in the form of decisions pronounced in cases submitted to the Pope from all parts of Christendom, including many from the distant East, and not a few from England and Scotland. Gregory's decretals were published in 5 books. A supplement under the name of the 6th book was published under Pope Boniface VIII in 1298. In this, for the first time, abstract rules of law are laid down extracted from actual judgments. A compendium of Roman law was added so as to approximate canon and civil procedure. This gives the best possible idea of how deeply the popes and the authorities in canon law of the century were laying the foundations of canonical practice and procedure for all times. The origins of modern law are to be found here, and yet not, as might be anticipated because of the distance in time, in such a confused or unmanageable fashion that they are not worth while consulting, but on the contrary, with such clarity and distinctness, and with such orderly arrangement, that they have been the subjects of study on the part of distinguished jurists for most of the centuries ever since, and have never lost their interest for the great lawyers and canonists, who prefer to know things from the foundation rather than accept them at second hand. Some of the commentaries or glosses, as they were called, on canon law, serve to give an excellent idea of the legal ability as well as the intellectual acumen of the canon lawyers of the century. The system of teaching was oral, and careful study was devoted to original authorities in law. Explanatory notes were added by the professors to their copies of the text. When later these texts were given out or lent for transcription, the notes were also copied, usually being written in the margin. After a time, the commentary, however, proved to be, for students at least, as important as the text, and so was transcribed by itself, and was called an apparatus, that is, a series of mechanical helps, as it were, to the understanding of the text. Of the names of some of the most distinguished glossatories, the memory has been carefully preserved because they produced so much effect on legal teaching. The gloss written on Gratian by Johannes Teutonicus, John the German, probably during the first decade of the 13th century, was revised and supplemented by Bartholomew of Brescia about the middle of the 13th century. Some 10 years later, Bernard of Parma wrote a commentary on the decretals of Gregory. All of these are important fundamental works in canon law, and they were of very great influence in bringing out the principles of law and showing the basis on which they were founded. It is almost needless to say that they aroused additional interest and made the subject much more easy of approach than it had been. The fact that all of these magnificent contributions to the science and literatures of law should have been made during our 13th century serves only to emphasize the fact that everything that men touched during this period was sure to be illuminated by the practical genius of the time and put into a form in which, for many centuries, it was to be appealed to as a model and an authority in its own line. How much of legal commentary written there was beside these can be readily understood from the fact that these represent the activity only of the University of Bologna, which was, it is true, the greatest of universities in its law department, but it must not be forgotten that many other universities throughout Europe also had distinguished professors of law at this time. All this would seem to be of little interest for the secular law making of the period, but it must not be forgotten that civil law was closely related to canon law at all times, and that the development of canon law always meant a renewed evolution of the principles and practice and procedure of the civil law. In such countries as Scotland, indeed, the canon law formed the basis of the civil jurisprudence, and its influence was felt even for centuries after the so-called Reformation. On the other hand, it must not be forgotten that the popes and the ecclesiastics helped to fight the battles of the middle and lower classes against the king and the nobility in practically every country in Europe. A very striking example of this is to be found in the life of that much misunderstood Pope Boniface VIII, the last pope of the century, who had received his legal training at Bologna, and who was one of the great jurists of his time. Circumstances differ so much, however, and obscure realities to such a degree, that at the present time we need the light of sympathetic interpretation to enable us to realize what Boniface accomplished. He did much to accomplish in his time that arrangement and codification of canon law which his predecessors during the 13th century had so efficiently commenced. Like Innocent III, he has been much maligned because of his supposed attempt to make the governments of the time subservient to the Pope, and to make the Church in each nation independent of the political government. With regard to the famous Bull Clericus Laicos, quote, thrice unhappy in name and fortune, close quote, as it has been designated, much more can be said in justification than is usually considered to be the case. Indeed, the Reverend Dr. Barry, whose Story of the Papal Monarchy in the Stories of the Nation series has furnished the latest discussion of this subject, does not hesitate to declare that the bull, far from being subversive of political liberties or expressive of too arrogant a spirit on the part of the Church, was really an expression of a great principle that was to become very prominent in modern history, and the basis of many of the modern declarations of rights against the claims of tyranny. Quote, imprudent, headlong, but in its main contention founded on history, this extraordinary state paper declared that the laity had always been hostile to the clergy, and were so now as much as ever. But they possessed no jurisdiction over the persons, no claims on the property of the Church, though they had dared to exact a tenth, nay, even a half, of its income for secular objects, and time-serving prelates had not resisted. Now, on no title whatsoever from henceforth should such taxes be levied without permission of the Holy See. Every layman, though king or emperor, receiving these monies, fell by that very act under anathema. Every churchman paying them was deposed from his office. Universities guilty of the like offense were struck with interdict. Robert of Winchelsea, Langton's successor as primate, shared Langton's views. He was at this moment in Rome, and had doubtless urged Boniface to come to the rescue of a frightened, downtrodden clergy, whom Edward I would not otherwise regard. In the Parliament at Bury this very year, the clerics refused to make a grant. Edward sealed up their barns. The archbishop ordered that in every cathedral the pope's interdiction should be read. Hereupon the chief justice declared the whole clergy outlawed; they might be robbed or murdered without redress. Naturally, not a few gave way. A fifth and then a fourth of their revenue was yielded up. But Archbishop Robert alone, with all the prelates except Lincoln against him, and the Dominicans preaching at Paul's Cross on behalf of the king, stood out, lost his lands, and was banished to a country parsonage. War broke out in Flanders. It was the saving of the archbishop. At Westminster, Edward relented and apologized. He confirmed the two great charters. He did away with illegal judgments that infringed them. Next year the primate excommunicated those royal offenders who had seized goods or persons belonging to the clergy, and all who had violated Magna Charta. The Church came out of this conflict exempt, or more truly a self-governing estate of the realm. It must be considered having greatly concurred toward the establishment of that fundamental law invoked long after by the 13 American colonies, no taxation without representation, which is the cornerstone of British freedom. Close quote. We have so often heard it said that there is nothing new under the sun, that finally the expression has come to mean very little, though its startling truth sometimes throws vivid light on historical events. Certainly the last place in the world that one would expect to find, if not the origin, for all the 13th century this great principle had been gradually asserting itself, at least a wondrous confirmation of the principle on which our American Revolution justified itself, would be in a papal document at the end of the 13th century. Here, however, is a distinguished scholar who insists that the colonists' contention that there must be no taxes levied unless they were allowed representation in some way in the body which determined the mode and the amount of taxation, received its first formal justification in history at the hands of a Roman pontiff nearly 5 centuries before the beginning of the quarrel between the colonies and the mother country. The passage serves to suggest how much of what is modern had its definite though unsuspected origin in this earlier time. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of the 13th, Greatest of Centuries, by James Walsh. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24. Democracy, Christian Socialism, and Nationality. Democracy is a word to conjure with, but it is usually considered that the thing it represents had its origin in the modern world much later than the period with which we are occupied. The idea that the people should be ready to realize their own rights, to claim their privileges, and to ask that they be allowed to rule themselves, is supposed ordinarily to be a product of the last century or two. Perhaps in this matter more than any other does the 13th century need interpretation to the modern mind, yet we think that after certain democratic factors and developments in the life of this period are pointed out and their significance made clear, it will become evident that the foundations of our modern democracy were deeply laid in the 13th century, and that the spirit of what was best in the aspiration of people to be ruled by themselves, for themselves, and of themselves, had its birth in this precious seed time of so much that is important for our modern life. Lest it should be thought that this idea of the development of democracy has been engendered merely in the enthusiastic ardor of special admiration for the author's favorite century, it seems well to call attention to the fact that historians in recent years have very generally emphasized the role that the 13th century played in the development of freedom. A typical example may be quoted from The History of Anglo-Saxon Freedom by Professor James K. Hosmer, who does not hesitate to say that, quote, while in England representative government was gradually developing during this century, in Germany the cities were beginning to send deputies to the imperial parliament, and the Emperor Frederick II was allowing a certain amount of representation in the government of Sicily. In Spain, Alfonso the Wise of Castile permitted the cities to send representatives to the Cortes, and in France this same spirit developed to such a degree that a representative parliament met at the beginning of the 14th century. Close quote. In none of these countries, however, unfortunately, did the spirit of representative government continue to develop as in England, and in many of them the privileges obtained in the 13th century were subsequently lost. Certain phases of the rise of the democratic spirit have already been discussed, and the reader can only be referred to them now with the definite idea of recognizing in them the democratic tendencies of the time. What we have said about the trade guilds constitutes one extremely important element of the movement, which will be further discussed in this chapter. After this comes the guild merchant in its various forms. After all, the Hanseatic League was only one manifestation of these guilds. Its widespread influence in awakening in people's minds the realization that they could do for themselves much more and secure success in their endeavors much better by their own united efforts than by anything that their accepted political rulers could do, or at least could do for them, will be readily appreciated by all who read that chapter. Hansa must have been a great enlightener for the Teutonic peoples. The history of the League shows over and over again their political rulers rather interfering with than fostering their commercial prosperity. These rulers were always more than a little jealous of the wealth which the citizens of these growing towns in their realm were able to accumulate, and they showed it on more than one occasion. The history of the Hansa towns exhibits the citizens doing everything to dissemble the feelings of disaffection that inevitably came to them as the result of their appreciation of the fact that they could rule themselves so much better than they were being ruled, and that they could accomplish so much more for themselves by their commercial combination with other cities than had ever been done for them by these hereditary princes, who claimed so much yet gave so little in their turn. The training in self-government that came with the necessities for defense as well as for the protection of commercial visitors from other cities in the League, who trustfully came to deal with their people, was an education in democracy such as could not fail to bring results. The rise of the free cities in Germany represents the growth of the democratic spirit down to our own time better than any other single set of manifestations that we have. The international relations of these cities did more, as we have said, to broaden men's minds and make them realize the brotherhood of man in spite of national boundaries than any other factor in human history. Commerce has always been a great leveler, and such it proved to be in these early days in Germany, only it must not be thought that these German cities had but faint glimmerings of the great purpose they were engaged in, for seldom has the spirit of popular government risen higher than with them. How clearly the Teutonic mind had grasped the idea of democracy can be best appreciated perhaps from the attitude of the Swiss in this matter. These hardy mountaineers, whose difficult country and rather severe climate separate them effectually from the other nations, soon learned the advisability of ruling themselves for their own benefit. Before the end of the 13th century, they had formed a defensive and offensive union among themselves against the Habsburgs, and though for a time overborne by the influence of this house after its head ascended the imperial throne, Immediately on Rudolph's death, they proceeded to unite themselves still more firmly together. They then formed the famous League of 1291, which represents so important a step in the democracy of modern times. The formal document which constituted this league, a federal government, deserves to be quoted. It is the first great declaration of independence, and its ideas were to crop out in many another declaration in the after times. It is an original document in the strictest sense of the word. It runs as follows, quote, "Know all men that we, the people of the valley of Uri, the community of the valley of Schwiz, and the mountaineers of the lower valley, seeing the malice of the times, have solemnly agreed and bound ourselves by oath to aid and defend each other with all our might and main, with our lives and property, both within and without our boundaries, each at his own expense, against every enemy whatever who shall attempt to molest us, either singly or collectively. Whoever hath a lord, let him obey him according to his bounden duty. We have decreed that we shall accept no magistrate in our valleys who shall have obtained his office for a price, or who is not a native or resident among us. Every difference among us shall be decided by our wisest men, and whoever shall reject their award shall be compelled by the other confederates. Whoever shall wilfully commit a murder shall suffer death, and he who shall attempt to screen the murderer from justice shall be banished from our valleys. An incendiary shall lose his privileges as a free member of the community, and whoever harbors him shall make good the damage. Whoever robs or molests another shall make full restitution out of the property he possesses among us. Everyone shall acknowledge the authority of a chief magistrate in either of the valleys. If internal quarrels arise, and one of the parties shall refuse fair satisfaction, the confederates shall support the other party. This covenant for our common weal shall, God willing, endure forever." Close quote. In England, democracy was fostered in the guilds, which, as we have already seen in connection with the cathedrals, proved the sources of education and intellectual development in nearly every mode of thought and art. The most interesting feature of these guilds was the fact that they were not institutions suggested to the workmen and tradesmen by those above them, but were the outgrowth of the spirit of self-help and organization which came over mankind during this century. At the beginning, they were scarcely more than simple, beneficial associations meant to aid in times of sickness and trial, and to make the parting of families, and especially the death of the head of the family, not quite so difficult for the survivors, since affiliated brother workmen remained behind who would care for them. During this century, however, the spirit of democracy, that is, the organized effort of the people to take care of themselves, better their conditions, and add to their own happiness, led to the development of the guilds in a fashion that is rather difficult for generations of the modern time to understand, for our trades unions do not, as yet at least, present anything that quite resembles their work in our times. It was because of the effective social work of these guilds that Urbain Goher, the well-known French socialist and writer on sociological subjects, was able to say not long ago in the North American Review, quote, "When the workmen of the European continent demand the 3/8, 8 hours of work, 8 hours of rest and refreshment, physical and mental, and 8 hours of sleep, some of them are aware of the fact that this reform already exists in the Anglo-Saxon countries, but all are ignorant of the fact that during the Middle Ages, in an immense number of labor corporations and cities, a workday was often only 9, 8, or even 7 hours long. Nor have they ever been told that every Saturday and on the eve of over 24 holidays, work was stopped everywhere at 4 o'clock." Close quote. The Saturday half-holiday began, it may be said, even earlier, namely at the vesper hour, which, according to medieval church customs, was sometime between 2 and 3 p.m., and the same was true of the vigils, as the eves of the important church festivals were called. The only possible way to give a reasonably good idea of the spirit of the old-time guilds which succeeded in accomplishing such a wonderful social revolution is to quote some of their rules, which serve to show their intents and purposes at least, even though they may not always have fulfilled their aims. Their rules regarded two things particularly: the religious and the social functions of the guild. There was a fine for absence from the special religious services held for the members, but also a fine of equal amount for absence from the annual banquet. In this they resembled the rules of the religious orders, which were coming to be widely known at the end of the 12th and the beginning of the 13th century, and according to which the members of the religious community were required quite as strictly to be present at daily recreation, that is, at the hour of conversation after meals, as at daily prayer. An interesting phase of the social rules of the guild is that a member was expected to bring his wife with him, or if not his wife, then his sweetheart. They were franker in these matters in this simple age, and doubtless the custom encouraged matrimony a little more than our modern colder customs. As giving a fair idea of the ordinances of the pre-Reformation guilds in their original shape, the rules of the Guild of St. Luke at Lincoln may be cited. St. Luke had been chosen as patron because, according to tradition, he was an artist as well as an evangelist. The patron saint was chosen always so that he might be a model of life as well as a protector in heaven. Its members were the painters, gilders, stainers, and alabaster men of the city. The first rule provides that on the Sunday next after the feast of St. Luke, all the brothers and sisters of the guild shall, with their officers, go in procession from an appointed place, carrying a great candle to the cathedral church of Lincoln, and there every two of the brethren and sisters shall offer 1/2 penny or more after their devotion, and then shall offer the great candle before an image of St. Luke within the church, and any who were absent without lawful cause shall forfeit 1 pound of wax to the sustenance of the said great candle. On the same Sunday, quote, for love and amity and good communication to be had for the several weal of the fraternity, close quote, the guildsmen dined together, every brother paying for himself and his wife or sweetheart the sum of 4 pence. Absentees were fined 1 pound of wax towards the aforesaid candle. The third rule provided that 4 morn speeches, that is, business meetings, should be held each year, quote, for ordering and good rule to be had and made amongst them, close quote. Absentees from a morn speech forfeited 1 pound of wax to St. Luke's candle. Another rule provided that the decision of ambiguities or doubts about the forfeitures prescribed should be referred to the mayor and 4 aldermen of the city. Rules 4 to 11, and also 13, regulate the taking of apprentices and the setting up in trade, forbid the employing of strangers, provide for the settlement of disputes, and the examination of work not sufficiently done after the sample. Already the tendency to limit the number of workmen that might be employed, which was later to prove a stumbling block to artistic progress, is to be noted. On the other hand, the effort to keep work up to a certain standard, which was to mean so much for artistic accomplishment in the next few generations, must be noted as a compensatory feature of the guild regulations. Rule 12 directs that, quote, when it shall happen any brother or sister of the said fraternity to depart and decease from the world, at his first mass the gracemen and wardens, skyverns, for the time being, shall offer of the goods and chattels of the said fraternity 2 pence, and at his 8th day or 30th day, every brother and sister shall give to a poor creature a token made by the dean, for which tokens every brother and sister shall pay the dean a fixed sum of money, and with the money thus raised, he shall buy white bread to give to the poor creatures, holding the tokens, the bread to be distributed at the church of the parish to which the deceased lived." Close quote. The 12th rule, with regard to the manner of giving charity, is particularly striking, because it shows a deliberate effort to avoid certain dangers, the evil possibilities of which our modern organized charity has emphasized. According to this rule of the Guild of St. Luke's at Lincoln, all the members were bound to give a certain amount to charity for the benefit of a deceased member. This was not, however, by direct alms, but by means of tokens for which they paid a fixed price to the dean, who redeemed the tokens when they were presented by the deserving poor. This guaranteed that each member would give the fixed sum in charity, and at the same time safeguarded the almsgiving from any abuses, since the member of the guild himself would be likely to know something of the poor person and his deservingness, and if not, there was always the question of the dean being informed with regard to the needs of the case. All this was accomplished, however, without hurting the feelings of the recipients of the charity, since they felt that it was done not for them, but for the benefit of a deceased member. How much the guilds came to influence the life of the people during the next 2 centuries may be best appreciated from their great increase in number and wealth. In England, it is computed that at the beginning of the 16th century there were 30,000 of these institutions spread over the country. The county of Norfolk alone had 900, of which number the small town of Wymondham had at least 11 still known by names, one, the Guild of Holy Trinity, Wymondham, being possessed of a guild hall of its own, whilst it and the other guilds of the town are said to have been, quote, "well endowed with lands and tenements." Close quote. In Bury, St. Edmunds, Suffolk, there were 23 guilds. Boston, Lincolnshire, had 14, of which the titles and other particulars are known, whilst in London their number must have been very great. Of the London trade guilds, Stow, the Elizabethan antiquary, records the names of 60 of sufficient importance to entitle their representatives to places at the civic banquets in the reign of Henry VIII. Many of them are still in existence, having been spared at the time of the Reformation on the plea that they were trading or secular associations. 15 of the largest of them, including the merchant tailors, the goldsmiths, and the stationers, have at the present time an annual income of over $50,000 each. The reason of their popularity can be readily found in the many social needs which they cared for. Socialistic cooperation has, perhaps, never been carried so far as in these medieval institutions, which were literally of the people, by the people, and for the people. Often the regulations made provisions for insurance against poverty, fire, and sometimes against burglary. Frequently they provided schoolmasters for the schools. Their funds they loaned out to needy brethren in small sums on easy terms, whilst trade and other disputes likely to give rise to ill feeling and contention were constantly referred to the guilds for arbitration. One of the rules of the Guild of Our Lady at Wymondham thus ordains that for no reason of cause should any of the brothers or sisters of the fraternity go to law till the officers of the guild had been informed of the circumstances, and had done their best to settle the dispute and restore unity and love betwixt the parties. To assist at the burial of deceased brethren, and to aid in providing for the celebration of obits for the repose of their souls, were duties incumbent on all, defaulters without good excuse being subject to fines and censure. It must not be thought that these tendencies to true democracy were confined to the trade guilds, however. The historian of the merchant guilds has demonstrated that they had the same spirit, and this was especially true for the great guild merchant. He says, quote, "To this category of powerful affinities must be added the guild merchant. The latter was from the outset a compact body emphatically characterized by fraternal solidarity of interests. a protective union that naturally engendered a consciousness of strength and a spirit of independence. As the same men generally directed the councils of both the town and the guild, there would be a gradual, unconscious extension of the unity of the one to the other, the cohesive force of the guild making itself felt throughout the whole municipal organism. But the influence of the fraternity was material as well as moral. It constituted a bond of union between the heterogeneous soaks, classes of tenants, of a borough. The townsmen might be exclusively amenable to the courts of different lords, but if engaged in trade within the town, they were all members of one and the same guild merchant. The independent regulation of trade also accustomed the burgesses to self-government and constituted an important step toward autonomy. The town judiciary was always more dependent upon the crown or mesne lord than was the guild merchant." Close quote. Because of the supreme interest in everything connected with Shakespeare, the existence of one of the most important guilds in Stratford has led to the illustration of guilds' works there better than for any English town during this period. The Guild of the Holy Cross was the most important institution of Stratford, and enthusiastic Shakespeare scholars have applied themselves to find out every detail of its history as far as it is now available, in order to make clear the conditions, social and religious, that existed in the great dramatist's birthplace. Halliwell, in his descriptive calendar of the records of Stratford-on-Avon, and Sidney Lee, in his Stratford-on-Avon in the time of the Shakespeares, have gathered together much of this information. Quote, "The guild has lasted," wrote its chief officer in 1309, "for many, many years, and its beginning was from time whereunto the memory of man reaches not." Close quote. Bowden, in his volume on the religion of Shakespeare, has a number of the most important details with regard to Stratford's guild. The earliest extant documents with regard to it are from the reign of Henry III, 1216 to 1272, and include a deed of gift by one William Sade of a tenement to the guild, and an indulgence granted October the 7th, 1270, by Giffard, Bishop of Worcester, of 40 days to all sincere penitents who, after having duly confessed, had conferred benefits on the guild. By the close of the reign of Edward I, at the beginning of the 14th century, the guild was wealthy in houses and lands, and the foundation was laid of its chapel and almshouses, which, with the hall of meeting, the Road or Reed Hall, stood where the guild hall is at the present day. Edward III and Richard II, during the 14th century, confirmed the rights of the guild and even added to its privileges. Though it was a purely local institution, the fame of its good works had spread so wide during these next centuries that affiliation with it became a distinction, and the nobility were attracted to its ranks. George, Duke of Clarence, brother of Edward, with his wife and children, and the Earl of Warwick and the Lady Margaret, were counted among its members, and merchants of distant towns counted it an honor to belong to it. Later also, Judge Littleton, one of the famous founders of English law, was on its roll of membership. The objects of the guild were many and varied, and touched the social life of Stratford at every point. The first object was mutual prayer. The guild maintained 5 priests or chaplains who were to say masses daily, hour by hour, from 6 to 10 o'clock for its members, it being expected that some of them would be present at each of the masses. Out of the fees of the guild, 1 wax candle was to be kept alight every day throughout the year at every mass in the church before the rood or cross, quote, "so that God and our Blessed Virgin and the venerated cross may keep and guard all the brethren and sisters of the guild from every ill." Close quote. The second object was charity, under which was included all the various works of mercy. The needs of any brother or sister who had fallen into poverty or been robbed were to be provided for, quote, as long as he bears himself rightly towards the brethren. Close quote. When a brother died, all the brethren were bound to follow the body to the church and to pray for his soul at its burial. The guild candle and 8 smaller ones were to be kept burning by the body from the time of death till the funeral. When a poor man died in the town, the brethren and sisters were, for their soul's sake, to find 4 wax candles, a sheet, and a hearse cloth for the corpse. This rule also applied in the event of a stranger's death, if the stranger had not the necessary means for burial. Nor were the efforts of the guild at Stratford devoted solely to the alleviation of the ills of mankind and the more serious purposes of life. Once a year, in Easter week, a feast of the members was held in order to foster peace and true brotherly love among them. At this time offerings were made for the poor in order that they too might share in the happiness of the festival time. There was attendance at church before the feasting, and a prayer was offered by all the brethren and sisters that God and our Blessed Virgin and the venerated cross, in whose honor we have come together, will keep us from all ills and sins. This frequent reference to the cross will be better understood if it is recalled that the guild at Stratford bore the name of the Guild of the Holy Cross, and the figure of the crucified one was one of its most respected symbols, and was always looked upon as a special object of veneration on the part of the members. The thoroughly progressive spirit of the guild at Stratford will perhaps be best appreciated by the modern mind from the fact that to it the town owed the foundation of its famous free school. During the 13th and 14th centuries, the study of grammar and of the various theoretical branches was not considered the essential part of an education. Gradually, however, there had arisen the feeling that all the children should be taught the groundwork of the vulgar tongue, and that those whose parents wished it should receive education in Latin also. Hence the establishment of grammar schools, that at Stratford being founded for the children of the members of the guild about the middle of the 15th century. This was only the normal development of the earlier spirit of the guild, which enabled it to meet the growing social needs of the time. It was at this school, as reconstituted under Edward VI, that Shakespeare was educated, and the re-establishment by Edward was only in response to the many complaints which arose because of the absence of the school after its suppression by Henry VIII. The fact that Shakespeare was educated at an Edward VI grammar school has often been occasion for commentators to point out that it was practically the Reformation in England which led to the establishment of free schools. Any such suggestion, however, can be made only in complete ignorance of the pre-existing state of affairs, in which the people, by organization, succeeded in accomplishing so much for themselves. As a matter of fact, the guild at Stratford, as in most of the towns in England, for we have taken this as an example only, because it is easier to get at the details of its history, was the most important factor in the preservation of social order, in the distribution of charity, in the providing of education, and even in the maintenance of the security of the life and property of its inhabitants. When it was dissolved in 1547, Stratford found itself in a chaotic state, and had to petition Edward VI to reconstitute the guild as a civil corporation, which he did by charter in 1553. After this consideration of the guilds and their purpose and success, it is no wonder that we should declare that the wind of the spirit of democracy was blowing in England and carrying away the old landmarks of absolute government. It is to the spirit thus fostered that must be attributed the marvelous progress in representative government, the steps of which we recall. In 1215, all England united against the odious John Lackland, and obliged him to grant the Magna Charta, a declaration of national liberty. In 1257, the provisions of Oxford under Henry III established for the moment the stated recurrence of the great National Council of Parliament. In 1265, under the same prince, the Earl of Leicester admitted to Parliament the knights of the shire and the representatives of the townspeople who formed later the lower house or House of Commons, while those personally summoned to attend by the king from the great nobles formed the upper house or House of Lords. Beginning with the year 1295 in the reign of Edward I, the attendance of the country and town members became regular, making Parliament really representative of the country. In 1309, in the reign of Edward II, Parliament revealed its possible strength by putting conditions on its vote for taxes. There were other factors at work, however, and one of them at least, because of its importance, deserves to be recalled here. In the chapter on Great Beginnings of Modern Commerce, we call attention to the fact that the Crusades were responsible to a great degree for the spirit of enterprise which led to the formation of the Lombard League of Cities, and later to the great Hanseatic League, which seems to have taken at least its incentive from the Southern Confederation. In the chapter on Louis IX, we point out that the Crusades and his connection with them, far from being blots on Louis's career, must rather be considered as manifestations of the great heart of the time, which was awakened to all needs, and had its religious aspirations stirred so deeply that men were ready to give up everything in order to follow an idea. One thing is certain. The Crusades did more to set ferments at work in the social organization of Europe than would have been possible by any other movement. These ferments brought about two results, one the uplift of the common people, the other the centralization of power in the hands of the kings with the gradual diminution of the influence of the nobility. While fostering the spirit of democracy on the one hand, they gave birth to the spirit of nationality and to all that this has accomplished in modern history. Storrs, in his Life of St. Bernard, recently issued, has given expression to this thought in a very striking fashion. He says, quote, "It used to be the fashion to regard the Crusades as mere fantastic exhibitions of a temporary turbulent religious fanaticism, aiming at ends wholly visionary, and missing them, wasting the best life of Europe in colossal and bloody undertakings, and leaving effects only of evil for the time which came after. More reasonable views now prevail, and while the impulse in which the vast movement took its rise is recognized as passionate and semi-barbaric, it is seen that many effects followed which were beneficial rather than harmful, which could not perhaps have been at the time in other ways realized. As I have already suggested, properties were to an important extent redistributed in Europe, and the constitutions of states were favorably affected. Lands were sold at low prices by those who were going on the distant expeditions, very probably as they knew never to return, and horses and armor with all martial equipments were bought at high prices by the Jews, who could not hold land, and the history of whom throughout the Middle Ages is commonly traced in fearful lines of blood and fire, but who increased immeasurably their movable wealth through these transfers of property. Communes bought liberties by large contributions to the needs of their lord, and their liberties, once secured, were naturally confirmed and augmented as the years went on. The smaller tended to be absorbed in the larger often to come more strictly under royal control, thus increasing the power of the sovereign, which meant at the time general laws instead of local, a less minutely oppressive administration, the furtherance of the movement toward national unity. It is a noticeable fact that Italy took but a comparatively small part in the Crusades, and the long postponement of organic union between different parts of the magnificent peninsula is not without relation to this. The influence which operated elsewhere in Europe to efface distinction of custom and language in separate communities, to override and extinguish local animosities, to make scattered peoples conscious of kinship, did not operate there, and the persistent severance of sections from each other, favored of course by the run of the rivers and the vast separating walls of the Apennines, was the natural consequence of the want of this powerful unifying force." Close quote. As a matter of fact, very few people realize how much was accomplished for the spirit of democracy, for liberty, for true progress, as regards the rights of men of all classes, and for the feeling of the brotherhood of man itself, by the Crusades. A practical, money-making age may consider them examples of foolish religious fanaticism, but those who have studied them most profoundly and with most sympathy, who are deeply interested in the social amelioration which they brought about, and above all, those who look at them in the higher poetic spirit of what they did to lift man above the sordid cares of everyday life, see them in a far different way. Charles Kingsley sang in the poem of The Saint's Tragedy, quote, "Tell us how our stout crusading fathers fought and bled for God and not for gold." Close quote. But quite apart from the poetry of them, from the practical side much can be said which even the most matter-of-fact of men will appreciate. Here, for instance, are a series of paragraphs from the History of the Middle Ages by George Washington Green, which he confesses to have taken chiefly from the French, which will make clear something of the place these great expeditions should be considered as holding in the history of democracy and of liberty. Quote, "Christendom has not spent in vain its treasures and its blood in the holy wars. Its immense sacrifices were repaid by immense results, and the evils which these great expeditions necessarily brought with them were more than compensated for by the advantages which they procured for the whole of Europe. The Crusades saved Europe from the Mussulman invasion, and this was their immediate good. Their influence was felt, too, in a manner less direct, but not less useful. The Crusades had been preached by a religion of equality in a society divided by odious distinctions. All had taken part in them, the weak as well as the strong, the serf and the baron, man and woman, and it was by them that the equality of man and woman, which Christianity taught, was made a social fact. St. Louis declared that he could do nothing without the consent of his queen, his wife. It was from this period that we must date that influence of women which gave rise to chivalric courtesy, the first step towards refinement of manners and civilization. The poor, too, were the adopted children of the Christian chivalry of the Crusades. The celebrated orders of Palestine were instituted for the protection of poor pilgrims. The knights of the hospitals called the poor their masters. Surely no lesson was more needed by these proud barons of the Middle Ages than that of charity and humility. These ideas were the first to shake the stern despotism of feudality, by opposing to it the generous principles of chivalry, which sprang all armed from the Crusades. Bound to the military orders by a solemn vow, and in the interests of all Christendom, the knight felt himself free from feudal dependence, and raised above national limits as the immediate warrior and servant of the united Christendom and of God. Chivalry, founded not upon territorial influence, but upon personal distinction, necessarily weakened nobility by rendering it accessible to all, and diminishing the interval which separated the different classes of society. Every warrior who had distinguished himself by his valor could kneel before the king to be dubbed a knight, and rise up the equal, the superior even, of powerful vassals. The poorest knight could sit at the king's table, while the noble son of a duke or prince was excluded, unless he had won the golden spurs of knighthood. Another way by which the Crusades contributed to the decay of feudalism was by favoring the enfranchisement of serfs. even without the consent of their masters. Whoever took the cross became free, just as every slave becomes free on touching the soil of England or France. The communities whose development is to be referred to the period of the Crusades multiplied rapidly, the nobility gladly granting charters and privileges in exchange for men and money. With the communities, the royal power grew, and that of the aristocracy decreased. The royal domain was enlarged by the escheating of a great number of fiefs which had been left vacant by the death of their lords. The kings protected the communities, favored their enfranchisement, and employed them usefully against insubordinate vassals. The extension of the royal power favored the organization of the nation by establishing a principle of unity. For till then, and with that multitude of masters, the nation had been little else than an agglomeration of provinces, strangers to one another, and destitute of any common bond or common interest. The great vassals themselves, often united under the royal banner, became accustomed during these distant expeditions to submission and discipline, and learned to recognize a legitimate authority, and if they lost by this submission a part of their personal power, they gained in compensation the honorable distinctions of chivalry. But it was not the national feeling alone which was fostered by the Crusades. Relations of fraternity, till then wholly unknown, grew up between different nations and softened the deep-rooted antipathy of races. The knights whom a common object united in common dangers became brothers in arms and formally formed permanent ties of friendship. That barbarous law which gave the feudal lord a right to call every man his serf who settled in his domains was softened. Stranger and enemy seemed to be synonymous, and the Crusaders, say the chroniclers of the times, although divided by language, seemed to form only one people by their love for God and their neighbor. And without coloring the picture too warmly and making all due allowance for the exaggerations which were so natural to the first recorders of such a movement, we may say that human society was founded and united, and Europe began to pass from the painful period of organization to one of fuller and more rapid development. Close quote. Here, in reality, modern democracy had its rise, striking its roots deep into the disintegrating soil of the old feudalism, whence it was never to be plucked. And though at times it languished, it was to remain ever alive until its luxuriant growth in recent times. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of the 13th Greatest of Centuries by James Walsh. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25, Great Explorers and the Foundation of Geography. Geography is usually considered to be quite a modern subject. The idea that great contributions were made to it in the 13th century would ordinarily not be entertained. America was discovered at the end of the 15th century. Knowledge of the East was obtained during the 16th century. Africa was explored in the 19th, and a detailed knowledge of Asia came to us in such recent years that the books are still among the novelties in publication. Our knowledge of Persia, of northern India, of Tibet, and of the interior of China are all triumphs of 19th century enterprise and exploration. As a matter of fact, however, all portions of the East were explored, the capital and the dominions of Genghis Khan described. Lhasa was entered and the greater part of China thoroughly explored by travelers of the 13th century, whose books still remain as convincing evidence of the great work that they accomplished. This chapter of the 13th century accomplishment is, indeed, one of the most interesting and surprising in the whole story of the time. It is usually considered that the teaching, supposed to have been more or less generally accepted, that the antipodes did not exist, prevented any significant development of geography until comparatively modern times. While the question of the existence of antipodes was discussed in the schools of the Middle Ages, and especially of the 13th century, when men's minds were occupied with practically all of the important problems even of physical science, and while many intelligent men accepted the idea that there could not be inhabitants on the other side of the world because of physical difficulties which supposedly made it impossible, it would be a mistake to think that this idea was universally accepted. We have already called attention to the fact, in the chapter on What was Taught at the Universities, that Albertus Magnus, for instance, ridiculed the notion that men could not live with their heads down, as was urged against the doctrine of the existence of antipodes, by suggesting very simply that, for those on the other side of the earth, what we call down was really not down, but up. This expresses, of course, the very heart of the solution of the supposed difficulty. As a matter of fact, it seems clear that many of the great travelers and explorers of the Middle Ages harbored the notion that the earth was round. As we shall note a little later in mentioning Sir John Mandeville's work, the writer, whomever he was who took that pseudonym, believed thoroughly in the rotundity of the earth, and did not hesitate to use some striking expressions which have been often quoted, that he had heard of travelers who, by traveling continually to the eastward, had come back eventually to the point from which they started. While in the schools, then, the existence of antipodes may have been under discussion, there was practical acceptance of their existence among those who were better informed with regard to countries and peoples and all the other topics which form the proper subject matter of geography. It must be realized, moreover, that though the existence of the antipodes is an important matter in geography, at this early period it was a mere theory, not a condition antecedent to progress. It was really a side issue as compared with many other questions relating to the earth's surface and its inhabitants with which the medieval mind was occupied. To consider that no knowledge of geography could be obtained until there was a definite acceptance of the right view of the earth's surface would be to obliterate such precious knowledge. The argument as to the existence of antipodes, as it was carried on, was entirely outside of geography properly so called. It never influenced in the slightest degree the men who were consciously and unconsciously laying deep and broad foundations of modern geography. To consider such a matter as vital to the development of as many-sided a subject as geography illustrates very typically the narrowness of view of so many modern scholars, who apparently can see the value of nothing which does not entirely accord with modern knowledge. The really interesting historian of knowledge, however, is he who can point out the beginnings of what we now know in unexpected quarters in the medieval mind. As the story of these travels and explorations is really a glorious chapter in the history of the encouragement of things intellectual, as well as an interesting phase of an important origin, whose foundations were laid broad and deep in the 13th century, it must be told here in some detail. Our century was the great leader in exploration and geography, as in so many other matters in which its true place is often unrecognized. The people of the time are usually considered to have had such few facilities for travel that they did not often go far from home, and that what was known about distant countries, therefore, was very little and mainly legendary. Nothing could be more false than any such impression as this. The Crusades during the previous century had given the people not only a deep interest in distant lands, but the curiosity to go and see for themselves. Pilgrimages to the Holy Land were frequent, ecclesiastics often traveled at least as far as Italy, and in general the tide of travel in proportion to the number of population must have been not very much less in amount than in our own day. After the establishment of the religious orders, missionary expeditions to the East became very common, and during the 13th century, as we shall see, the Franciscans particularly established themselves in many parts of the Near East, but also in the Far East, especially in China. Many of those wrote accounts of their travels, and so the literature of travel and exploration during the 13th century is one of the most interesting chapters of the literature of these times, while the wonderfully deep foundations that were laid for the science of geography are worthy to be set beside the great origins in other sciences and in the arts for which the century is so noteworthy. To most people, it will come as a distinct surprise to learn that the travelers and explorers of the 13th century, merchants, ambassadors, and missionaries, succeeded in solving many of the geographical problems that have been of deepest interest to the generations of the last half of last century. The eastern part of Asia particularly was traveled over and very thoroughly described by them. Even the northern part of India, however, was not neglected in spite of the difficulties that were encountered. And Tibet was explored and Lhasa entered by travelers of the 13th century. Of China as much was written as has been learned by succeeding generations down practically to our time. This may sound like a series of fairy tales instead of serious science, but it is the travelers and explorers of the modern time who have thought it worth while to comment on the writings of these old-time wanderers of the 13th century, who have pointed out the significance of their work. These men described not only the countries through which they passed, but also the characters of the people, their habits and customs, their forms of speech, with many marvelous hints as regards the relationship of the different languages, and even something about the religious practices of these countries and their attitude toward the great truths of Christianity when they were presented to them. Undoubtedly, one of the greatest travelers and explorers of all times was Marco Polo, whose book was for so long considered to be mainly made up of imaginary descriptions of things and places never seen, but which the development of modern geographical science by travels and expeditions has proved to be one of the most valuable contributions to this department of knowledge that has ever been made. It took many centuries for Marco Polo to come to his own in this respect, but the 19th and 20th centuries have almost more than made up for the neglect of their predecessors. Marco Polo suffered the same fate as did Herodotus, of whom Voltaire sneered, "Father of history, say rather father of lies." So long as succeeding generations had no knowledge themselves of the things which both these great writers had written, they were distrusted and even treated contemptuously. Just as soon, however, as definite knowledge began to come, it was seen how wonderfully accurate both of them were in their descriptions of things they had actually seen, though they admitted certain over-wonderful stories on the authority of others. Herodotus has now come to be acknowledged one of the great historians. In his lives of celebrated travelers, James Augustus St. John states the change of mind with regard to Marco Polo rather forcibly. Quote, "When the travels of Marco Polo first appeared, they were generally regarded as fiction, and as this absurd belief had so far gained ground that when he lay upon his deathbed, his friends and nearest relatives, coming to take their eternal adieu, conjured him, as he valued the salvation of his soul, to retract whatever he had advanced in his book, or at least many such passages as every person looked upon as untrue. But the traveler, whose conscience was untouched upon that score, declared solemnly in that awful moment that, far from being guilty of exaggeration, he had not described one half of the wonderful things which he had beheld. Such was the reception which the discoveries of this extraordinary man experienced when first promulgated. By degrees, however, as enterprise lifted more and more of the veil from Central and Eastern Asia, the relations of our traveler rose in the estimation of geographers, and now that the world, though containing many unknown tracts, has been more successfully explored, we begin to perceive that Marco Polo, like Herodotus, was a man of the most rigid veracity, whose testimony presumptuous ignorance alone can call in question." Close quote. There is many a fable that clings around the name of Marco Polo, but this distinguished traveler needs no fictitious adornments of his tale to make him one of the greatest explorers of all time. It is sometimes said that he helped to introduce many important inventions into Europe, and one even finds his name connected with the mariner's compass and with gunpowder. There are probably no good grounds for thinking that Europe owes any knowledge of either of these great inventions to the Venetian traveler. With regard to printing, there is more doubt, and Polo's passage with regard to movable blocks for printing paper money as used in China may have proved suggestive. There is no need, however, of surmises in order to increase his fame, for the simple story of his travels is quite sufficient for his reputation for all time. As has been well said, most of the modern travelers and explorers have only been developing what Polo indicated, at least in outline, and they have been scarcely more than describing with more precision of detail what he first touched upon and brought to general notice. When it is remembered that he visited such cities in eastern Turkestan as Kaskar, Yarkand, and Khotan, which have been the subject of much curiosity only satisfied in quite recent years, that he visited Tibet, or at least had traveled along its frontier, that to him the medieval world owed some definite knowledge of the Christian kingdom of Abyssinia and all that it was to know of China for centuries almost, his merits will be readily appreciated. As a matter of fact, there was scarcely an interesting country of the East of which Marco Polo did not have something to relate from his personal experiences. He told of Burma, of Siam, of Cochin China, of Japan, of Java, of Sumatra, and of other islands of the great archipelago, of Ceylon and of India, and all of these not in the fabulous dreamland spirit of one who has not been in contact with the East, but in very definite and precise fashion. Nor was this all. He had heard and could tell much, though his geographical lore was legendary and rather dim, of the coast of Zanzibar, of the vast and distant Madagascar, and in the remotely opposite direction of Siberia, of the shores of the Arctic Ocean, and of the curious customs of the inhabitants of these distant countries. How wonderfully acute and yet how thoroughly practical some of Polo's observations were can be best appreciated by some quotations from his description of products and industries as he saw them on his travels. We are apt to think of the use of petroleum as dating from much later than the 13th century, but Marco Polo had not only seen it in the Near East on his travels, but evidently had learned much of the great rock oil deposits of Baku, which constitute the basis for the important Russian petroleum industry in modern times. He says, quote, "On the north of Armenia is found a fountain from which a liquor like oil flows, which, though unprofitable for the seasoning of meat, is good for burning and for anointing camels afflicted with the mange. This oil flows constantly and copiously, so that camels are laden with it." Close quote. He is quite definite in the information acquired with regard to the use of coal. He knew, and states very confidently, that there were immense deposits of coal in China, deposits which are so extensive that distinguished geologists and mineralogists, who have learned of them in modern times, have predicted that eventually the world's great manufacturing industries would be transferred to China. We are apt to think that this mineral wealth is not exploited by the Chinese, yet even in Marco Polo's time, as one commentator has remarked, the rich and poor of that land had learned the value of the black stone. Quote, "Through the whole province of Cathay," says Polo, "certain black stones are dug from the mountains, which, put into the fire, burn like wood, and being kindled preserve fire a long time, and if they be kindled in the evening, they keep fire all the night." Close quote. Another important mineral product which even more than petroleum or coal is supposed to be essentially modern in its employment is asbestos. Polo had not only seen this, but had realized exactly what it was, had found out its origin, and had recognized its value. Curiously enough, he attempts to explain the origin of a particular usage of the word salamander, the salamander having been supposed to be an animal which was not injured by fire, by reference to the incombustibility of asbestos. The whole passage, as it appears in the Romance of Travel and Exploration, deserves to be quoted. While discoursing about Disengaria, Polo says, quote, "And you must know that in the mountain there is a substance from which salamander is made. The real truth is that the salamander is no beast as they allege in our part of the world, but a substance found in the earth. Everybody can be aware that it can be no animal's nature to live in fire, seeing that every animal is composed of all the four elements. Now I, Marco Polo, had a Turkish acquaintance who related that he had lived 3 years in that region on behalf of the Great Khan, in order to procure these salamanders for him. He said that the way they got them was by digging in that mountain till they found a certain vein. The substance of this vein was taken and crushed, and when so treated it divides as it were into fibers of wool, which they set forth to dry. When dry, these fibers were pounded in a copper mortar and then washed so as to remove all the earth and to leave only the fibers, like fibers of wool. These were then spun and made into napkins." Close quote. Needless to say, this is an excellent description of asbestos. It is not surprising, then, that the 20th century, so interested in travel and exploration, should be ready to lay its tributes at the feet of Marco Polo, and that one of the important book announcements of recent years should be that of the publication of an annotated edition of Marco Polo from the hands of a modern explorer who considered that there was no better way of putting definitely before the public in its true historical aspect the evolution of modern geographical knowledge with regard to Eastern countries. It can scarcely fail to be surprising to the modern mind that Polo should practically have been forced into print. He had none of the itch of the modern traveler for publicity. The story of his travels he had often told, and because of the wondrous tales he could unfold and the large numbers he found it frequently so necessary to use in order to give proper ideas of some of his wanderings, had acquired the nickname of Marco Milione. He had never thought, however, of committing his story to writing, or perhaps he feared the drudgery of such literary labor. After his return from his travels, however, he bravely accepted a patriot's duty of fighting for his native country on board one of her galleys, and was captured by the Genoese in a famous sea fight in the Adriatic in 1298. He was taken prisoner and remained in captivity in Genoa for nearly a year. It was during this time that one Rusticiano, a writer by profession, was attracted to him and tempted him to tell him the complete story of his travels in order that they might be put into connected form. Rusticiano was a Pisan who had been a compiler of French romances, and accordingly Polo's story was first told in French prose. It is not surprising that Rusticiano should have chosen French, since he naturally wished his story of Polo's travels to be read by as many people as possible, and realized that it would be of quite as much interest to ordinary folk as to the literary circles of Europe. How interesting the story is, only those who have read it, even with the knowledge acquired by all the other explorers since his time, can properly appreciate. It lacks entirely the egotistic quality that usually characterizes an explorer's account of his travels, and indeed there can scarcely fail to be something of disappointment because of this fact. No doubt a touch more of personal adventure would have added to the interest of the book. It was not a characteristic of the 13th century, however, to insist on the merely personal, and consequently the world has lost a treat it might otherwise have had. There is no question, however, of the greatness of Polo's work as a traveler, nor of the glory that was shed by it on the 13th century. Like nearly everything else that was done in this marvelous century, he represents the acme of successful endeavor in his special line down even to our own time. It has sometimes been said that Marco Polo's work greatly influenced Columbus and encouraged him in his attempt to seek India by sailing around the globe. Of this, however, there is considerable doubt. We have learned in recent times that a very definite tradition with regard to the possibility of finding land by sailing straight westward over the Atlantic existed long before Columbus's time. Polo's indirect influence on Columbus by his creation of an interest in geographical matters generally is much clearer. There can be no doubt of how much his work succeeded in drawing men's minds to geographical questions during the 14th and 15th centuries. After Marco Polo, undoubtedly, the most enterprising explorer and interesting writer on travel in the 13th century was John of Carpini, the author of a wonderful series of descriptions of things seen in northern Asia. Like so many other travelers and explorers at this time, John was a Franciscan friar, and seems to have been one of the early companions and disciples of St. Francis of Assisi, whom he joined when he was only a young man himself. Before going on his missionary and ambassadorial expedition, he had been one of the most prominent men in the order. He had much to do with its propagation among the northern nations of Europe, and occupied successively the offices of custos or prior in Saxony and of provincial in Germany. He seems afterwards to have been sent as an organizer into Spain, and to have gone even as far as the Barbary coast. It is not surprising then that when in 1245 Pope Innocent IV, some time after the Mongol invasion of Eastern Europe and the disastrous battle of Legamites, which threatened to place European civilization and Christianity in the power of the Tartars, resolved to send a mission to the Tartar monarch, John of Carpini was selected for the dangerous and important mission. At this time, Friar John was more than 60 years of age, but such was the confidence in his ability and in his executive power that everything on the embassy was committed to his discretion. He started from Lyons on Easter Day, 1245. He sought the counsel first of his old friend Wenceslaus, King of Bohemia, and from that country took with him another friar, a Pole, to act as his interpreter. The first stage of his journey was to Kiev, and from there, having crossed the Dnieper and the Don to the Volga, he traveled to the camp of Batu, at this time the senior living member of Genghis Khan's family. Batu, after exchanging presents, allowed them to proceed to the court of the Supreme Khan in Mongolia. As Colonel Yule says, the stout-hearted old man rode on horseback something like 3,000 miles in the next 100 days. The bodies of himself and companion had to be tightly bandaged to enable them to stand the excessive fatigue of this enormous ride, which led them across the Ural Mountains and river, past the northern part of the Caspian, across the Jaxartes, whose name they could not find out, along the Zongarian lakes, till they reached the imperial camp, called the Yellow Pavilion, near the Orkhon River. There had been an interregnum in the empire which was terminated by a formal election
while the friars were at the Yellow Pavilion, where they had the opportunity to see between 3,000 and 4,000 envoys and deputies from all parts of Asia and Eastern Europe, who brought with them tributes and presents for the ruler to be elected. It was not for 3 months after this, in November, that the emperor dismissed them with a letter to the Pope written in Latin, Arabic, and Mongolian, but containing only a brief imperious assertion that the Khan of the Tartars was the scourge of God for Christianity, and that he must fulfill his mission. Then, sad at heart, the ambassadors began their homeward journey in the midst of the winter. Their sufferings can be better imagined than described, but Friar John, who does not dwell on them much, tells enough of them to make their realization comparatively easy. They reached Kiev 7 months later in June, and were welcomed there by the Slavonic Christians as though arisen from the dead. From thence they continued their journey to Lyons, where they delivered the Khan's letter to the Pope. Friar John embodied the information that he had obtained in this journey in a book that has been called Liber Tartarorum, the Book of the Tartars, or according to another manuscript, History of the Mongols, whom we call Tartars. Colonel Yule notes that like most of the other medieval monks' itineraries, it shows an entire absence of that characteristic traveler's egotism with which we have become abundantly familiar in more recent years, and contains very little personal narrative. We know that John was a stout man, and this, in addition to his age when he went on the mission, cannot but make us realize the thoroughly unselfish spirit with which he followed the call of holy obedience to undertake a work that seemed sure to prove fatal, and that would inevitably bring in its train suffering of the severest kind. Of the critical historical value of his work, a good idea can be obtained from the fact that half a century ago an educated Mongol, Galsangambiev, in the Historical and Philosophical Bulletin of the Imperial Academy of St. Petersburg, reviewed the book and bore testimony to the great accuracy of its statements, to the care with which its details had been verified, and the evident personal character of all its observations. Friar John's book attracted the attention of compilers of information with regard to distant countries very soon after it was issued, and an abridgment of it is to be found in the Encyclopedia of Vincent of Beauvais, which was written shortly after the middle of the 13th century. At the end of the 16th century, Hakluyt published portions of the original work, as did Bougueron at the beginning of the 17th century. The Geographical Society of Paris published a fine edition of the work about the middle of the 19th century, and at the same time a brief narrative taken down from the lips of John's companion, Friar Benedict the Pole, which is somewhat more personal in its character and fully substantiates all that Friar John had written. As can readily be understood, the curiosity of his contemporaries was deeply aroused, and Friar John had to tell his story many times after his return. Hence the necessity he found himself under of committing it to paper, so as to save himself from the bother of telling it all over again, and in order that his brother Franciscans throughout the world might have the opportunity to read it. Colonel Yule says, quote, "The book must have been prepared immediately after the return of the traveler, for the friar Salimbene, who met him in France in the very year of his return, gives us these interesting particulars. He was a clever and conversable man, well lettered, a great discourser, and full of diversity of experience. He wrote a big book about the Tartars, and about other marvels that he had seen, and whenever he felt weary of telling about the Tartars, he would cause this book of his to be read, as I have often heard and seen." Close quote. Another important traveler of the 13th century, whose work has been the theme of praise and extensive annotation in modern times, was William of Rubruck, usually known under the name of Rubruquis, a Franciscan friar, thought as a result of recent investigations probably to owe his cognomen to his birth in the little town of Rubruck in Brabant, who was the author of a remarkable narrative of Asiatic travel during the 13th century, and whose death seems to have taken place about 1298. The name Rubruquis has been commonly used to designate him because it is found in the Latin original of his work, which was printed by Hallock in his collection of voyages at the end of the 16th century. Friar William was sent partly as an ambassador and partly as an explorer by Louis IX of France into Tartary. At that time the descendants of Genghis Khan ruled over an immense empire in the Orient, and King Louis was deeply interested in introducing Christianity into the East, and if possible making their rulers Christians. About the middle of the 13th century a rumor spread throughout Europe that one of the nephews of the great Khan had embraced Christianity. St. Louis thought this a favorable opportunity for getting in touch with the Eastern potentate, and so he dispatched at least 2 missions into Tartary, at the head of the second of which was William of Rubruck. His accounts of his travels proved more interesting reading to his own and to many subsequent generations, perhaps to none more so than our own. The Encyclopedia Britannica, 9th edition, says that the narrative of his journey is everywhere full of life and interest, and some details of his travels will show the reasons for this. Rubruck and his party landed on the Crimean coast at Sudak or Sodea, a port which formed the chief seat of communication between the Mediterranean countries and what is now southern Russia. The friar succeeded in making his way from here to the great Khan's court, which was then held not far from Karakorum. This journey was one of several thousand miles. The route taken has been worked out by laborious study, and the key to it is the description given of the country intervening between the basin of the Talas and Lake Alakul. This enables the whole geography of the region, including the passage of the river Ili, the plain south of the Balkhash, and the Alakul itself, to be identified beyond all reasonable doubt. The return journey was made during the summertime, and the route lay much farther to the north. The travelers traversed the Jopkhan Valley and passed north of the river Balkhash, following a rather direct course which led them to the mouth of the Volga. From here they traveled south past Derbend and Shamakii to the Uraxes, and on through Iconium to the coast of Cilicia, and finally to the port of Aeus, where they embarked for Cyprus. All during his travels, Friar William made observations on men and cities and rivers and mountains and languages and customs, implements and utensils, and most of these modern criticism has accepted as representing the actual state of things as they would appear to a medieval sightseer. Occasionally, during the period intervening between his time and our own, scholars who thought that they knew better have been conceited enough to believe themselves in a position to point out glaring errors in Rubruquis's accounts of what he saw. Subsequent investigation and discovery have, as a rule, proved the accuracy of the earlier observations rather than the modern scholars' corrections. An excellent example of this is quoted in the Encyclopedia Britannica article on Rubruquis already referenced to. The writer says, quote, "This sagacious and honest observer is denounced as an ignorant and untruthful blunderer by Isaac Jacob Schmidt, a man no doubt of useful learning, of a rare kind in his day, but narrow and long-headed, and in natural acumen and candor far inferior to the 13th century friar whom he maligns, simply because the evidence of the latter as to the Turkish dialect of the Uyghurs traversed a pet heresy long since exploded, which Schmidt entertained, namely that the Uyghurs were by race and language Tibetan." Close quote. Some of the descriptions of the towns through which the travelers passed are interesting because of comparisons with towns of corresponding size in Europe. Karakorum, for instance, was described as a small city about the same size as the town of St. Denis near Paris. In Karakorum, the ambassador missionary maintained a public disputation with certain pagan priests in the presence of 3 of the secretaries of the Khan. The religion of these umpires is rather interesting from its diversity. The first was a Christian, the second a Mohammedan, and the third a Buddhist. A very interesting feature of the disputation was the fact that the Khan ordered under pain of death that none of the disputants should slander, traduce, or abuse his adversaries, or endeavor by rumor or insinuations to excite popular indignation against them. This would seem to indicate that the great Tartar Khan, who is usually considered to have been a cruel, ignorant despot, whose one quality that gave him supremacy was military valor, was really a large, liberal-minded man. His idea seems to have been to discover the truth of these different religions, and adopt that one which was adjudged to have the best groundwork of reason for it. It is easy to understand, however, that such a disputation, argued through interpreters wholly ignorant of the subject, and without any proper understanding of the nice distinctions of words, or any practice in conveying their proper significance, could come to no serious conclusion. The arguments, therefore, fell flat, and a decision was not rendered. Friar William's work was not unappreciated by his contemporaries, and even its scientific value was thoroughly realized. It is not surprising, of course, that his great contemporary in the Franciscan order, Roger Bacon, should have come to the knowledge of his brother Minorite's book, and should have made frequent and copious quotations from it in the geographical section of his Opus Majus, which was written sometime during the 7th decade of the 13th century. Bacon says that Brother William traversed the oriental and northern regions, and the places adjacent to them, and wrote accounts of them for the illustrious King of France, who sent him on the expedition to Tartary. He adds, quote, "I have read his book diligently, and have compared it with similar accounts." Close quote. Roger Bacon recognized by a sort of scientific intuition of his own certain passages which have proved to be the best in recent times. The description, for instance, of the Caspian was the best down to this time, and Friar William corrects the error made by Isidore, which had generally been accepted before this, that the Caspian Sea was a gulf. Rubruck, as quoted by Roger Bacon, states very explicitly that it nowhere touches the ocean, but is surrounded on all sides by land. For those who do not think that the foundations of scientific geography were laid until recent times, a little consultation of Roger Bacon's Opus Majus would undoubtedly be a revelation. It is probably with regard to language that one might reasonably expect to find least that would be of interest to modern scholars in Friar William's book. As might easily have been gathered from previous references, however, it is here that the most frequent surprises as to the acuity of this medieval traveler await the modern reader. Scientific philology is so much a product of the last century that it is difficult to understand how this old-time missionary was able to reach so many almost intuitive recognitions of the origin and relationships of the languages of the people among whom he traveled. He came in contact with a group of nations occupying what is now known as the Near East, whose languages, as is well known, have constituted a series of the most difficult problems with which philology had to deal until its thorough establishment on scientific lines enabled it to separate them properly. It is all the more surprising, then, to find that Friar William should have so much in his book that even the modern philologist will read with attention and unstinted admiration. With regard to this, Colonel Yule, whose personal experience makes him a valuable guide in such matters, has written a paragraph which contains so much compressed information that we venture to quote it entire. It furnishes the grounds for the claim, which might seem overstrained if it were not that its author was himself one of the great modern explorers, that William was an acute and most intelligent observer, keen in the acquisition of knowledge, and the author, in fact, of one of the best narratives of travel in existence. Colonel Yule says, quote, "Of his interest and acumen in matters of language we may cite examples. The language of Pascatir or Bascards and of the Hungarians is the same, as he had learned from Dominicans who had been among them. The language of the Ruthenians, Poles, Bohemians, and Slavonians is one, and is the same with that of the Wandals or Wends. In the town of Equinus, immediately beyond the Ili, perhaps Aspara, the people were Mohammedans speaking Persian, though so far remote from Persia. The Uyghurs or Uyghurs of the country about the Kaliak had formed a language and character of their own, and in that language and character the Nestorians of that tract used to perform their office and write their books. The Uyghurs are those among whom are found the fountain and root of the Turkish and Comanian tongue. Their character has been adopted by the Mongols. In using it they begin writing from the top and write downward, whilst line follows line from left to right. The Nestorians say their service and have their holy book in Syriac, but know nothing of the language, just as some of the monks sing the Mass without knowing Latin. The Tibetan people write as we do, and their letters have a strong resemblance to ours. The Tangut people write from right to left like the Arabs, and their lines advance upwards." Close quote. There were other matters beside language and religion on which Friar William made observations, and though his book is eminently human, giving us a very interesting view of his own personality and of his difficulties with his dragoman, which many a modern Eastern traveler will sympathize with, and a picture that includes the detail that he was a very heavy man, valde ponderosus, which makes his travel on horseback for some 10,000 miles all the more wonderful. It also contains a mass of particulars, marvelously true, or so near the truth as to be almost more interesting, as to Asiatic nature, ethnography, manners, morals, commercial customs, and nearly everything else relating to the life of the peoples among whom he traveled. A typical example of this is to be found in the following suggestive paragraph. Quote, "The current money of Cathay is a cotton paper, a palm in length and breadth, and on this they print lines like those of Mangu Khan's seal. Imprimum linas sicut es sigillum magnu, a remarkable expression. They write with a painter's pencil, and combine in one character several letters forming one expression. Faciunt in una figura plures litteres comprehendentes unam dictionem. A still more remarkable utterance, showing an approximate appreciation of the nature of Chinese writing. There are other distinguished travelers whose inspiration came to them during the 13th century, though their works were published in the early part of the next century. Some of these we know mainly through their adaptation and incorporation into his work without due recognition by that first great writer of spurious travels, Sir John Mandeville. Mandeville's work was probably written some time during the early part of the second half of the 14th century, but he used materials gathered from travelers of the end of the 13th and the beginning of the next, his own century. Sir Henry Yule has pointed out that by far the greater part of the supposed more distant travels of Sir John Mandeville were appropriated from the narratives of Friar Odoric, a monk, who became a member of the Franciscan order about the end of the 13th century, and whose travels as a missionary in the East gave him the opportunities to collect a precious fund of information which is contained in Odoric's famous story of his voyages. Of Odoric himself we shall have something to say presently. In the meantime, it seems well worthwhile calling to attention that the accepted narrative of Sir John Mandeville, as it is called, and which may have been written by a physician of the name of John of Burgoyne, under an assumed name, contains a number of interesting anticipations of facts that were supposed to enter into the domain of human knowledge much later in the intellectual development of the race. In certain passages and especially in one which is familiar from its being cited by Dr. Johnson in the preface to his dictionary. Mandeville, to use the name under which the story is best known, shows that he had a correct idea of the form of the earth and of position in latitude as it could be ascertained by observation of the pole star. He knew also, as we noted at the beginning of this article, that there are antipodes, and if ships were sent on voyages of discovery, they might sail around the world. As Colonel Yule has pointed out, Mandeville tells a curious story which he had heard in his youth of how a worthy man did travel ever eastward until he came to his own country again. Odoric, of whom we have already spoken, must be considered as the next great missionary traveler of this age. He took Franciscan vows when scarcely a boy, and was encouraged to travel in the East by the example of his holy father St. Francis, and also by the interest and missionary zeal to convert the East which had been aroused by Marco Polo's travels. His long journeys will be more readily understood, however, if we realize, as is stated in the article on him in the Encyclopedia Britannica, an authority that will surely be unsuspected of too great partiality for the work of Catholic missionaries, that, quote, there had risen also during the latter half of the 13th century an energetic missionary action extending all over the East on the part of both the new orders of preaching and Minorite, or Dominican and Franciscan, friars, which had caused members of these orders, of the last especially, to become established in Persia and what is now southern Russia, in Tartary, and in China. Close quote. In the course of his travels in the East, Odoric visited Malabar, touching at Pandarini, 20 miles north of Calcutta, at Cragnagore, and at Quilon, proceeding thence apparently to Ceylon, and to the shrine of St. Thomas of Mylapore near Madras. Even more interesting than his travels in India, however, are those in China. He sailed from the Hindustan peninsula in a Chinese junk to Sumatra, visiting various ports on the northern coast of that island, and telling something about the inhabitants and the customs of the country. According to Sir Henry Yule, he then visited Java, and it would seem also the coast of Borneo, finally reaching Canton, at that time known to Western Asiatics as Ching-Kalan, or Great China. From there he went to the great ports of Furkeen and Xuanchao, where he found 2 houses of his order. Thence he proceeded to Fuchao, from which place he struck across the mountains into Chikang, and then visited Hangchao, at that time renowned under the name of Kansai. Modern authorities in exploration have suggested that this might be King Se, the Chinese name for royal residence, which was then one of the greatest cities of the world. Thence Odoric passed northward by Nanking, and crossing the great Kiang, embarked on the Grand Canal and traveled to Cambaluc or Peking, where he remained for 3 years, and where it is thought that he was attached to one of the churches founded by Archbishop John of Monte Corvino, who was at this time in extreme old age. The most surprising part of Odoric's travels were still to come. When the fever for traveling came upon him again, he turned almost directly westward to the Great Wall and through Shenshua. From here the adventurous traveler, we are still practically quoting Sir Henry Yule, entered Tibet and appeared to have visited Lhasa. Considering how much of interest has been aroused by recent attempts to enter Lhasa, and the surprising adventures that men have gone through in the effort, the success of this medieval monk in such an expedition would seem incredible if it were not substantiated by documents that place the matter beyond all doubt, even in the minds of the most distinguished modern authorities in geography and exploration. How Odoric returned home is not definitely known, though certain fragmentary notices seem to indicate that he passed through Khorasan and probably Tabriz to Europe. It only remains to complete the interest of Odoric's wondrous tale, to add that during a large portion of these years' long journeys, his companion was Friar James, an Irishman who had been attracted to Italy in order to become a Franciscan. As appears from a record in the public books of the town of Undine in Italy, where the monastery of which both he and Odoric were members was situated, a present of 2 marks was made by the municipal authorities to the Irish friar shortly after Odoric's death. The reason for the gift was stated to be that Friar James had been for the love of God and of Odoric, a typical Celtic expression and characteristic, a companion of the blessed Odoric in his wanderings. Unfortunately, Odoric died within 2 years after his return, though not until the story of his travels had been taken down in homely Latin by Friar William of Bologna. Shortly after his death, Odoric became an object of reverence on the part of his brother friars, and of devotion on the part of the people, who recognized the wonderful apostolic spirit that he had displayed in his long wanderings, and the patience and good will with which he had borne sufferings and hardships for the sake of winning the souls of those outside the church. Sir Henry Yule summed up his opinion of Odoric in the following striking passage, which bears forcible testimony also to the healthy curiosity of the times with regard to all these original sources of information which were recognized as valuable because first hand. Quote, "The numerous manuscripts of Odoric's narrative that have come down to our time, upward of 40 are known, and chiefly from the 14th century, show how speedily and widely it acquired popularity. It does not deserve the charge of general mendacity brought up against it by some, though the language of other writers who have spoken of the traveler as a man of learning is still more injudicious. Like most of the medieval travelers, he is indiscriminate in accepting strange tales, but while some of these are the habitual stories of the age, many particulars which he recited attest the genuine character of the narrative, and some of those which Tiraboschi and others have condemned as mendacious interpolations are the very seals of truth." Close quote. Besides Odoric, there is another monkish traveler from whom Mandeville has borrowed much, though without giving him any credit. This is the well-known Premonstratensian monk Hayton, who is said to have been a member of a princely Armenian family, and who, just at the beginning of the 14th century, dictated a work on the affairs of the Orient, and especially the history of the Nearer East in his own times, of which from the place of his nativity and bringing up he had abundant information, while he found all round him in France, where he was living at the time, the greatest thirst for knowledge with regard to this part of the world. His book seems to have been dictated originally in French at Poitiers, and to have attracted great attention because of its subject, many copies of it being made as well as translations into other languages within a few years after its original appearance. The story of Odoric is a forcible reminder of how much the missionaries accomplished for geography, ethnology, and ethnography in the 13th century, as they did in succeeding centuries. If what the missionaries have added to these sciences were to have been lost, there would have been enormous gaps in the knowledge with which modern scholars began their scientific labors in philology. It may be a surprise to most people, moreover, to be thus forcibly reminded of the wonderful evangelizing spirit which characterized the later Middle Age. Needless to say, these graduates of the 13th century universities who wandered in distant Eastern land brought with them their European culture for the uplifting of the Orientals, and brought back to Europe many ideas that were to be fruitful sources of suggestions not only for geographical, ethnological, philological, and other departments of learning, but also in manufactures and in arts. We mention the fact that Odoric in his travels eventually reached Cambulak or Peking, where he found Archbishop John of Monte Corvino, still alive though at an advanced age, and was probably attached for the 3 years of his stay to one of the churches that had been founded by this marvelous old friar, who had been made archbishop because of the wonderful power of organization and administration displayed during his earlier career as a missionary. The story of this grand old man of the early Franciscan missions is another one of the romances of 13th century travels and exploration, which well deserves to be studied in detail. Unfortunately, the old archbishop was too much occupied with his work as a missionary and an ecclesiastic to return to Europe in order to tell of it, or to write any lengthy account of his experiences. Like many another great man of the 13th century, he was a doer and not a writer, and but for the casual mention of him by others, the records of his deeds would only be found in certain ecclesiastical records, and his work would now be known to the Master alone, for whom it was so unselfishly done. It will be noted that most of these traveling missionaries were Franciscans, but it must not be thought that it was only the Franciscans who sent out such missionaries. The Dominicans, established at the beginning of the 13th century, also did wonderful missionary work, and quite as faithfully as even their Franciscan brothers. Undoubtedly the Franciscans surpassed them in the extent of their labors, but then the Dominicans were founded with the idea of preaching and uplifting the people of Europe, rather than of spreading the good news of the gospel outside the bounds of Christianity as it then existed. From the very earliest traditions of their order, the Franciscans had their eyes attracted towards the East. The story that St. Francis himself went to the Holy Land at the beginning of the 13th century in order to convert Saladin, the Eastern monarch whose name has been made famous by the stories of the Crusade in which Richard Coeur de Lion took part, has been doubted, but it seems to be founded on too good contemporary authority to be considered as entirely apocryphal. St. Francis's heart went out to those in darkness who knew nothing of the Christ whom he had learned to love so ardently, and it was a supreme desire of his life that the good tidings of Christianity should be spread by his followers all over the world. While they did this great work, they accomplished unwittingly great things in the series of sciences now included under the term geography, and gathered precious information as to the races of men, their relations to one another, and to the part of the earth in which they live. The scientific progress thus made will always redound largely to their credit in the story of the intellectual development of modern Europe. Most of their work was far ahead of the times, and was not to be properly appreciated until recent generations, but this must only emphasize our sympathy for those obscure, patient, but fruitful workers in a great field of human knowledge. As to what should be thought of those who, ignorant of their work, proclaim that the Church did not tolerate geography, it is hard to say. Our geographical knowledge comes mainly from travelers whose wish it is to gain commercial opportunities for themselves or their compatriots. That of the Middle Ages was gained by men who wished anxiously to spread the light of Christianity throughout the world. The geographical societies of these earlier days were the religious orders who sent out the explorers and travelers, furnished them on their return with an enthusiastic audience to hear their stories, and then helped to disseminate their books all over the then civilized world. There is probably no better refutation of the expression so often heard from those who know nothing about it, with regard to the supposed laziness of the monks of the Middle Ages, than this chapter of the story of their exploration and missionary labors during the 13th century. It is usually supposed that if a monk was fat, he could not possibly have accomplished any serious work in life. Some of these men were valde ponderosi, very weighty, yet they did not hesitate to take on themselves these long journeys to the East. Their lives are the best illustration of the expression of Montalembert. Quote, "Let us then banish into the world of fiction that affirmation so long repeated by foolish credulity, which made monasteries an asylum for indolence and incapacity, for misanthropy and pusillanimity, for feeble and melancholic temperaments, and for men who were no longer fit to serve society in the world. It was not the sick souls, but on the contrary, the most vigorous and healthful the human race has ever produced, who presented themselves in crowds to fill them." Close quote. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of the 13th Greatest of Centuries by James Walsh. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26 Great Beginnings of Modern Commerce. For our present eminently commercial age, nothing of all the accomplishment of the 13th century will probably possess livelier interest than the fact that, in spite of what must have seemed insuperable difficulties to a less enterprising generation, the men of that time succeeded in making such business combinations and municipal affiliations, besides arranging various trade facilities among different peoples, that not only was commerce rendered possible and even easy, but some of the most modern developments of the facilitation of international intercourse were anticipated. The story of the rise of this combination of many men of different nations, of many cities whose inhabitants were of different races and of different languages, of commercial enterprise that carried men comparatively much farther than they now go on trade expeditions, though we have thought that our age had exhausted the possibility of progress in this matter, cannot fail to have an interest for everyone whose attention has been attracted to the people of this time, and must be taken as a symbol of the all-pervading initiative of the generations which allowed no obstacle to hinder their progress and thought no difficulty too great to be surmounted. In beginning the history of the great commercial league which in the 13th century first opened men's minds to the possibilities of peace and commerce among the nations, and, alas, that it should be said, did more perhaps than any other agent except Christianity to awaken in different races the sense of the brotherhood of man, the English historian of the Hanseatic League, Miss Zimmern, in the Stories of the Nations, said, quote, "There is scarcely a more remarkable chapter in history than that which deals with the trading alliance or association known as the Hanseatic League. The League has long since passed away, having served its time and fulfilled its purpose. The needs and circumstances of mankind have changed, and new methods and new instruments have been devised for carrying on the commerce of the world. Yet, if the League has disappeared, the beneficial results of its action survive to Europe, though they have become so completely a part of our daily life that we accept them as matters of course, and do not stop to inquire into their origin." Close quote. This last declaration may seem surprising, for comparatively few know anything about this medieval commercial league, yet the effects claimed for it are only what we have seen to be true with regard to most of the important institutions of the period. They were the origins of what is best in our modern life. Like many of the great movements of the 13th century, the origin of the Hanseatic League is clouded somewhat by the obscurity of the times and the lack of definite historical documents. There is no doubt, however, that just before the middle of the century it was in flourishing existence, and that by the end of the century it had reached that acme of its power and influence which it was to maintain for several centuries in spite of the jealousy of the nobility, of certain towns that did not have the same privileges, and even of the authorities of the various countries, who resented more and more as time went on the growing freedom and independence of these wealthy cities. The impetus for the formation of the League seems to have been given during the Crusades. Like so many other of the important movements of the time, commerce was greatly influenced by these expeditions, and the commercial spirit not only aroused but shown the possibility of accomplishing hitherto impossible results in the matter of transportation and exchange. The returning Crusaders brought back with them many precious Eastern objects whose possession was a source of envy to others, and whose value was rated so high as to make even distant travel for them well worth while. The returning Crusaders also knew how cheaply objects considered very precious in the West might be purchased in the East, and they told the stories of their own acquisition of them to willing listeners, who were stimulated to try their fortunes in expeditions that promised such rich rewards. Footnote: the term Hansa was originally employed to designate the sum of money which each of the cities was compelled to pay on becoming a member of the League, and it is thought to be from this that the term Hansa and Hanseatic League were eventually derived. Besides, the Crusaders, on their return through Italy, had observed what was accomplished by the League of the Lombard cities, which had been in existence in a more or less imperfect way for more than a century, and at the end of the 12th and the beginning of the 13th century had begun to provide an example of the strength there is in union, and of the power for good there is in properly regulated combinations of commercial interests, with due regard for civic rights and privileges. This League of the Lombard cities was encouraged by the popes, especially by Innocent III and his successors, who are usually said to have given it their approbation for their own purposes, though this is to look at but one side of the case. The German emperors endeavored to assert their rights over Italian territory, and in so doing came into collision with the popes not only in temporal matters, but also in spiritual things. As we have noted in the short sketch of the popes of the century, Innocent III was the first great Italian patriot and original advocate of Italy for the Italians. He constantly opposed the influence of the German emperor in Italian politics, mainly, of course, because this interfered with the power of the Church, but to a very great degree also because it proved a source of manifold political evil for the Italian cities. The Germans, then, who in the train of the emperor went down into Italy, saw the working of this League of Lombard cities, talked about it on their return, and were naturally tempted to essay what might be accomplished by the same means on German territory. These two elements, the incentive of the Crusades and the stimulus of the examples of the Italians, must be considered as at the basis of Hansa, though these were only seeds, and it was the nurture and fostering care of the German mind, which ever since the days of Tacitus has been noted as the freest in Europe, that gave the League its wonderful development. It is difficult to tell how many towns belonged to the Hanseatic League during the 13th century, but at the end of this period, Hansa, as it came to be called, was, as we have said, in its most flourishing condition, and we know something definite of its numbers a little more than half a century later. In 1367, deputies from all the towns met in the large council chamber of the famous town hall at Cologne to discuss certain injustices that had been committed against the members of the League, or, as the document set forth, quote, against the free German merchants, close quote, in order to determine some way of preventing further injuries and inflict due punishment. Altogether, the deputies of 77 towns were present, and declared most solemnly, quote, that because of the wrongs and the injuries done by the King of Denmark to the common German merchants, the cities would be his enemies and help one another faithfully, close quote. The distant and smaller cities were not expected to send troops or even naval forces, but promised to give contributions in money. Such cities as did not take part in this movement were to be considered as having forfeited their membership, and would no longer be permitted to trade with the members of Hansa. Lest it should be thought that the cities were incapable of enforcing any such boycott with effect, the story of the town of Lübeck must be recalled. Lübeck on one occasion refused to join with the other Hansa towns in a boycott of certain places in Flanders which had refused to observe the regulations as to trading. One of these was to the effect that such vessels as were lost on a coast did not become the property of the people of the neighborhood, though they had a right to a due share for salvage, but a fair proportion must be returned to the citizens of the town that suffered the loss. Lübeck was at the moment one of the most powerful commercial cities in Germany, and her citizens seemed to think that they could violate the Hansa regulations with impunity. For 30 years, however, the Hansa boycott was maintained, and so little trading was done in the city that, according to one old writer, quote, "the people starved, the markets were deserted, grass grew in the street, and the inhabitants left in large numbers." Close quote. Such a lesson as this was enough to make the Hanseatic decrees be observed with scrupulous care, and shows the perfection of the organization. The outcome of the war with Denmark demonstrates the power of the League. The King of Denmark is said to have scorned their declaration of war, and making an untranslatable pun on the word Hansa, called the members of the League, quote, "geese who cackled much but need not be feared." Close quote. The fleet of the League, however, succeeded in shutting off all the commerce of the coast of Denmark, and though there was a truce each winter, the war was renewed vigorously, and with summer many of the Danish cities were ransacked and plundered. At the end of the second year, Denmark was exhausted and the people so weary of war that they pleaded for peace, and Valdemar had to accept the terms which the geese were willing to offer him. This triumph of the common people over a reigning monarch is one of the most striking passages in medieval history. It comes about half a century after the close of the 13th, and is evidently the direct result of the great practical forces that were set in movement during that wonderful period, when the mighty heart of humanity was everywhere bestirring men to deeds of high purpose and far-reaching significance. As a matter of fact, Hansa became, very early in its career, one of the firmest authorities in the midst of these troubled times, and meted out unfailingly the sternest justice against those who infringed its rights if they were outsiders, or broke the rules of the League if they were its members. It was ever ready to send its ships against offenders, and while it soon came to be feared, this fear was mingled with respect, and its regulations were seldom infringed. It is a most interesting reflection that, as its English historian says, quote, "never once in the whole course of its history did it draw the sword aggressively or against its own members." Close quote. While it was ever on the lookout to increase its power by adding new cities to the League, cities were not forced to join, and when it meted out punishments to its members, this was not by levying of war, but by fines, the refusal to pay these being followed by the declaration of boycott, which soon brought the offender to terms. War was only declared in all cases as a last resort, and the ships of the League were constantly spoken of and designated in all documents as peace ships, and even the forts which the League built for the protection of its towns, or as places where its members might be sure of protection, were described as peace burgs. Unfortunately, the lessons of peace that were thus taught by commerce were not to bear fruit abundantly for many centuries after the 13th. It is practically only in our own time that they have been renewed, and the last generation or two has rather plumed itself over the fact that trade was doing so much to prevent war. Evidently this is no guarantee of the perpetuation of such an improvement in national or international morals, for the influence of Hansa for peace came to be lost entirely after a few centuries. The cities themselves, however, that belonged to the League gradually became more and more free and more independent of their rulers. It was thus, in fact, that the free cities of Germany had their origin, and in them much more of modern liberty was born than has ever been appreciated, except by those whose studies have brought them close to these marvelous medieval manifestations of the old spirit of Teutonic freedom. The names of most of the cities that were members of the Hansa League are well known, though it is not easy to understand, in the decrepitude that has come over many of them, how they could have been of so much importance as has been claimed for them in the Middle Ages. All the cities of the North Sea and the Baltic Sea were united together, and while we think of these as German, many of them really belonged to Slav people at this time, so that the membership of a number of Russian cities is not surprising. While the Rhenish cities were important factors in the League, Cologne indeed being one of the most important, Bremen and Hamburg and both the Frankfurts and Rostock and Lübeck and Stralsund and Tangermund and Warnemund were important members. Novgorod was founded by Hansa for the purpose of trading with the Orientals, and the Volga, the Dnieper, the Dwina, and the Oder were extensively used for the purpose of transporting goods here and there in Central Europe. One of their most famous towns, Winetha in German, Julin in Danish, disappeared beneath the waters of the Baltic Sea and gave rise to many legends of its reappearance. It is hard to realize that it was so important that it was called the Venice of the North, and was seriously compared with its great southern rival. A good idea of the intimate relations of the Hansa towns to England and the English people can be obtained from the article on the subject written by Richard Lodge for the 9th edition of the Encyclopedia Britannica. A single paragraph of this compresses much of the external and internal history of the rise and development of Hansa. It was rather to be expected that the commercial relations between England and the various cities situated along the North Sea, as well as the Baltic and up the Rhine, would be active and would have to be submitted to careful regulation. Unless the modern mind is actually brought directly in touch, however, with the complex yet very practical state of affairs which actually existed, it will utterly fail to appreciate how thoroughly progressive and enterprising were these medieval peoples. Enterprise and practicalness we are apt to think of as the exclusive possession of much more modern generations. Least of all would we be apt to consider them as likely to be found in the 13th century, yet here they are, and the commercial arrangements which were made are as absolute premonitions of our modern thought as were the literature and architecture, the painting, even the teachings of science at the same period. Quote, "The members of this league, Hanseatic, came to England mostly from Cologne, the first German town which obtained great importance both at home and abroad. Its citizens possessed at an early date a guild hall of their own in London, and all Germans who wished to trade with England had to join their guild. This soon included merchants from Dortmund, Soest, and Munster in Westphalia, from Utrecht, Stavern, and Groningen in the Netherlands, and from Bremen and Hamburg on the North Sea. But when, at the beginning of the 13th century, the rapidly rising town of Lübeck wished to be admitted into the guild, every effort was made to keep her out. The intervention of Frederick II was powerless to overcome the dread felt by Cologne towards a possible rival to its supremacy. But this obstacle to the extension of the League was soon overcome. In 1260, a charter of Henry III assured protection to all German merchants. A few years later, Hamburg and Lübeck also were allowed to form their own guilds. The Hansa of Cologne, which had long been the only guild, now sinks to the position of a branch Hansa, and has to endure others with equal privileges. Over all the branch Hansas rises the Hansa Alamanniae, first mentioned in 1282. This article gives additional information with regard to the many and varied influences at work at the end of the 13th century. It furnishes in brief, moreover, an excellent picture of the activity of mind and power of organization so frequently displayed during this period in every branch of life. This is, after all, the highest quality of man, the development of associations of various kinds, especially such as are helpfully purposive, as the outcome of that social quality in man's mind which is the surest index of his rational quality. Succeeding centuries lost for some almost unaccountable reason much of this faculty of organization, and the result was a lamentable retrogression from the advances made by older generations, so that it was only in quite recent years that anything like this old international comity was reestablished. The extent and very natural development of this community of interests must ever attract attention. It is the first time in our modern history that it occurs, and men of some 7 different races and tongues were at last drawn into it. In this it represents the greatest advance of history, for it led to assimilation of laws and of liberties, with some of the best features of each nation's old-time customs preserved in the new codes. Its extension even to Novgorod, in what is now the heart of Russia, is a surprising demonstration of successful enterprise and spread of influence almost incredible. The settling of the trade disputes of this distant Russian city in the courts of a North Sea town is an evidence of advance in commercial relations emphasized by the writer in the Britannica that deserves to be well weighed as a manifestation of what is often thought to be the exclusive modern recognition of the rights of commerce and the claims of justice over even national feelings. The league between Lübeck and Hamburg was not the only and possibly not the first league among the German towns, but it gradually absorbed all others. Besides the influence of foreign commercial interests, there were other motives which compelled the towns to union. The chief of these were the protection of commercial routes both by sea and land, and the vindication of town independence as opposed to claims of the landed aristocracy. The first to join the league were the Wendish towns to the east, Wismar, Rostock, Stralsund, etc., which had always been intimately connected with Lübeck, and were united by a common system of laws known as the Lübisches Reich or Lübeck laws. The Saxon and Westphalian towns had long possessed a league among themselves. They also joined themselves to Lübeck. Lübeck now became the most important town in Germany. It had already surpassed Cologne both in London and Bruges. It soon gained a similar victory over Wisby. At a great convention in which 24 towns from Cologne to Revel took part, it was decided that appeals from Novgorod, which had hitherto been decided at Wisby, should henceforth be brought to Lübeck. Close quote. After much travail and vexation of spirit, after much diplomacy and political and parliamentary discussion, after much striving on the part of the men in all nations who have the great cause of universal peace for mankind at heart, we have reached a position where at least commercial difficulties can be referred to a sort of international court for adjudication. The standing of this court is not very clear as yet. Special arrangements at least are required, if not special treaties in many cases, even for the reference of such merely commercial difficulties as debt collecting to it. In the last quarter of the 19th century, special tribunals had to be erected for the settlement of such difficulties between nations. In the 20th century, the outlook is more hopeful, and the actual accomplishment is indeed encouraging. In the 13th century, with the absence of the telegraph and the cable, with the slowness of sailing vessels and the distance of towns, emphasizing all the difficulties of the situation, the Hanseatic League succeeded in obtaining an international tribunal, whose judgments with regard to commercial difficulties were final and were accepted by men of many different races and habits and customs, and to which causes were referred without any of the immense machinery apparently required at the present time. This is the real triumph of the commercial development of the 13th century. While it may be astonishing to many modern people to learn how much was accomplished in this utterly unexpected quarter, it will not be a surprise to those who realize the thoroughly practical character of the century, and the perfectly matter-of-fact way in which it went about settling all the difficulties that presented themselves, and how often they succeeded in reaching a very practical, if not always ideal, solution. The sad feature of the case is to think that most of this coming together of nations was lost by the gradual development of national feelings, much of benefit as there may have been in that for the human race, and by the drawing of the language lines between nations more closely than they had been before, for the next 3 centuries saw the development of modern tongues into the form which they have held ever since. Hansa did more than almost any other institution in northern Europe to establish the reign of law. If it had accomplished no other purpose, this would make it eminently worthy of the study of those who are interested in sociology and social evolution. Before the time of Hansa, the merchant by sea or land was liable to all sorts of impositions, arbitrary taxes, injustices, and even the loss of life as well of his goods. As Hansa gained in power, however, these abuses disappeared. Perhaps the most noteworthy improvement came with regard to navigation. There is a story told of a famous rock in Brittany on which many ships were wrecked during the Middle Ages. Even as late as the 13th century sometimes, false lights were displayed on this rock, with the idea of tempting vessels to their destruction on it. Everything that was thrown ashore in the neighborhood was considered to be the property of the people who gathered it, except that a certain portion of its value had to be paid to the lord of the manor. This worthy representative of the upper classes is said to have pointed out the rock to some visiting nobleman friends one day, and declared that it was more precious to him than the most precious stone in the diadem of any ruling monarch in Europe. This represents the state of feeling with regard to such subjects when Hansa started in to correct the abuses. It may be looked upon as a serious disgrace to the 13th century that such a low state of ethical feeling should have existed, but it is the amelioration of conditions which obliterated such false sentiments that constitutes the triumph of the period. On the other hand, we must not with smug self-complacency think that our generation is so much better than those of the past. It is easy to be pharisaical while we forget that many a fortune in modern times suffers shipwreck on the coasts of business and investment because the false lights of advertising intended to deceive are displayed very prominently for those who are only anxious, as were the mariners of the olden times, to make their fortunes. Doubtless, too, the proprietors of many of the papers which display such advertisements, and it is nonsense to say that they are unconscious of the harm they do, are quite proud of the magnificent revenue that their advertising columns bring to them, as was the Breton noble of the 13th century. Man has not changed much in the interval. Lest it should be thought that even the present day initiation into secret societies of various kinds is the invention of modern times, it seems well to give some of the details of the tests through which those seeking to be members of the Hanseatic League were subjected by those who were already initiated. It may possibly seem that some of these customs were too barbarous to mention in the same breath with the present day initiations, but if it is recalled that at least once a year some serious accident is reported as the result of the thoughtless fooling of frat students at the universities, this opinion may be withdrawn. Miss Helen Zimmern, in her story of the Hansa towns, already quoted several times, has a paragraph or two of descriptions of these that we shall quote. It may be well to remember that these tests were not entirely without a serious significance for the members of the Hansa. Much was expected of those who belonged to the Hansa Guild. A number of precious trade secrets were entrusted them, and they alone knew the methods and mysteries of Hansa. In order that these might not by any possibility be betrayed, the members of Hansa who lived in foreign countries were forbidden to marry while abroad, and were bound under the severest penalties to live a life of celibacy. They were not supposed to be absent from the houses assigned to them during the night, and their factories, so called, or common places of residence, were guarded by night watchmen and fierce dogs in order to secure the keeping of these rules. Besides, torture was a very common thing in those times, and a man who belonged to a country that happened to be at war for the moment might very easily be subjected to torture for some reason or another, with the idea of securing important information from him. If the members of Hansa wanted to be reasonably assured that new members would not give up their secrets without a brave struggle, they had no better way than by these tests, for which there was therefore some excuse. As to the brutality of the tests, perhaps Miss Zimmern, in maidenly way, has said too much. We commend her paragraphs to the modern committees of reception of college secret societies, because here, as elsewhere, this generation may get points from the 13th century. Quote, "We cannot sully our pages by detailing the 13 different games or modes of martyrdom that were used at Bergen. Our more civilized age could not tolerate the recital. In those days they attracted a crowd of eager spectators, who applauded the more vociferously the more cruel and barbarous the tortures. The most popular were those practices known as the smoke, water, and flogging games, mad, cruel pranks calculated to cause a freshman to lose health and reason. Truly Dantenesque hell tortures were these initiations into Hansa mysteries. Merely to indicate their nature, we will mention that for the smoke game, the victim was pulled up the big chimney of the shooting, while there burned beneath him the most filthy materials, sending up a most nauseous stench and choking wreaths of smoke. While in this position, he was asked a number of questions to which he was forced, under yet more terrible penalties, to reply. If he survived his torture, he was taken out into the yard and plied under the pump with 6 tons of water." Close quote. Even the water cure is not new. There was a variety about the tests at different times and places that show no lack of invention on the part of the members of Hansa. With regard to other water tests, Miss Zimmern has furnished some interesting details. Quote, "The water game that took place at Whitsuntide consisted in first treating the probationer to food, then taking him out to sea in a boat. Here he was stripped, thrown into the ocean, ducked 3 times, made to swallow much sea water, and thereafter mercilessly flogged by all the inmates of the boat. The third chief game was no less dangerous to life and limb. It took place a few days after, and was a rude perversion of the May games. The victim had first to go out into the woods to gather branches, with which later they were to be birched. Returning to the factory, rough horseplay pranks were practiced upon them. Then followed an ample dinner, which was succeeded by mock combats, and ended in the victims being led into the so-called paradise, where 24 disguised men whipped till they drew blood, while outside this black hole another party made hellish music with pipes, drums, and triangles to deafen the screams of the tortured. The game was considered ended when the shrieks of the victim were sufficiently loud to overcome the pandemonic music." Close quote. Some of the extreme physical cruelties of the initiations our modern fraternities have eliminated, but the whole story has a much more familiar air than we might have expected. Probably the most interesting feature of the history of the Hanseatic League is the fact that this great combination for purposes of trade and commerce proved a source of liberty for the citizens of the various towns, and enabled them to improve their political status better than any other single means at this precious time of development of legal and social rights. This is all the more interesting because great commercial combinations with similar purposes in modern times have usually proved fruitful rather of opposite results. A few persons have been very much benefited by them, or at least have made much money by them, which is quite another thing, though money is supposed to represent power and influence, but the great mass of the people have been deprived of opportunities to rise and have had taken from them many chances for the exercise of initiative that existed before. There is a curious effect of Hansa upon the political fortunes of the people of the cities that were members of the League, which deserves to be carefully studied. As with regard to so many other improvements that have come in the history of the race, it was not a question so much of the recognition of great principles as of money and revenues that proved the origin of amelioration of civic conditions. These commercial cities accumulated wealth. Money was necessary for their rulers, for the maintenance of their power, and above all for the waging of war. In return for monies given for such purposes, the cities claimed for the inhabitants and were granted many privileges. These became perpetuated, and as time went on, were added to as new opportunities for the collection of additional revenues occurred, until finally an important set of fundamental rights with documentary confirmation were in the hands of the city authorities. One would like to think that this state of affairs developed as the result of the recognition on the part of the ruling sovereign of the benefits that were conferred on his realm by having in it or associated with it an important trading city whose enterprising citizens gave occupations to many hands. This was very rarely the case, however, but as was true of the legal rights obtained by England's citizens during the 13th century, it was largely a question of the coordination of taxation and legislative representation, and the consequent attainment of privileges. The most important effect on the life of Europe and the growth of civilization that the Hanseatic League exerted was its success in showing that people of many different nations and races, living under very different circumstances, might still be united under similar laws that would enable them to accomplish certain objects which they had in view. Germans, Slavs, and English learned to live in one another's towns, and while observing the customs of these various places, maintained the privileges of their homes. The mutual influence of these people on one another, many of them being the most practical and enterprising individuals of the time, could scarcely fail to produce noteworthy effects in broadening the minds of those with whom they came in contact. It is to this period that we must trace the beginnings of international law. Hansa showed the world how much commercial relations were facilitated by uniform laws and by just treatment of even the citizens of foreign countries. It is to commerce that we owe the first recognition of the rights of the people of other countries even in times of war. If the Hanseatic League had done nothing else but this, it must be considered as an important factor in the development of our modern civilization and an element of influence great as any other in this wonderful century. End of chapter 26. Selections from Appendix 2 of the 13th Greatest of Centuries by James Walsh. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 14 Chapters That Might Have Been. 1. America in the 13th Century. To most people it would seem quite out of the question that a chapter on America in the 13th century might have been written. One of the most surprising chapters for most readers in the previous edition was that on great explorers and the foundation of geography, for it was a revelation to learn that 13th century travelers had anticipated all of our discoveries in the Far and in the Near East 7 centuries ago. Certain documents have turned up, however, which make it very clear that, with the same motives as those which urged Eastern travelers, Europeans went just as far toward the West at this time. Documents found in the Vatican archives in 1903 and exhibited at St. Louis in 1904 have set at rest finally and absolutely the long disputed question of the discovery of America by the Norsemen, and in connection with these the story of America in the 13th century might well have been told. There is a letter from Pope Innocent III, dated February 13, 1206, addressed to the Archbishop of Norway, who held jurisdiction over Greenland, which shows not only the presence of the Norsemen on the American continent at this time, but also that they had been there for a considerable period, and that there were a number of churches and pastors and large flocks in whom the Roman See had a lively interest. There are Americana from 3 other popes of the 13th century. John the 21st wrote in 1276, Nicholas III 2 letters, one dated January 31st, 1279, and another June 9th, 1279, and Martin III wrote 1282. We have inserted on the opposite page a reproduction of a portion of the first papal document extant relating to America, the letter of Pope Innocent III, taken from, quote, the Norse discovery of America, close quote. The word Greenlandi underscored indicates the subject. The writing, as an example of the chirography of the century, is of interest. 2. A representative upper house. In most historical attempts at government by the people, it has been recognized that legislation is better balanced if there are 2 chambers in the law-making body, one directly elected by the people, the other indirectly chosen and representing important vested interests that are likely to make its members conservative. The initiative for legislation comes as a rule from the direct representatives of the people, while the upper chamber represses radical lawmaking or sudden changes in legislative policy, yet does not hamper too much the progress of democracy. During the last few years, a crisis in English politics has led to a very general demand for a modification of the status of the House of Lords, while almost similar conditions have led to the beginning at least of a similar demand for the modification of our Senate in this country. Both these upper chambers have come to represent vested interests in too great a degree. The House of Lords has been the subject of special depreciation. The remark is sometimes made that it is unfortunate that England is weighted down by this political incubus, the House of Lords, which is spoken of as a heritage from the Middle Ages. The general impression, of course, is that the English House of Lords, as at present constituted, comes down from the oldest times of constitutional government in England. Nothing could well be more untrue than any such idea. The old upper chamber of England, the medieval House of Lords, was an eminently representative body. Out of the 625 or more of members of the English House of Lords at the present time, about 550 hold their seats by heredity. Only about 75 are in some sense elective. At least one half of these elected peers, however, must be chosen from the hereditary nobility of Ireland and Scotland. Nearly 19/20 of the membership of the House of Lords, as at present constituted, owe their place in national legislation entirely to heredity. Until the Reformation so called, this was not so. More than one half of the English House of Lords, a good working majority, consisted of the Lords Spiritual. Besides the bishops and archbishops, there were the abbots and priors of monasteries, and the masters of religious orders. These men as a rule had come up from the people. They had risen to their positions by intellectual abilities and by administrative capacity. The abbots and other superiors of religious orders had been chosen by their monks as a rule because, having shown that they knew how to rule themselves, they were deemed most fitting to rule over others. Even in our day, when the Church occupies nothing like the position in the hearts of the masses that she held in the ages of faith, our Catholic cardinals, archbishops, and bishops, both here and in England, are chosen as members of arbitration boards to settle strikes and other social difficulties, because it is felt that the working class has full confidence in them, and that they are thoroughly representative of the spirit of democracy. In England, Cardinal Manning served more than once in critical social conditions. In this country, we have had a series of such examples. From these we can better understand what the Lords Spiritual represented in the English House of Lords. There were abuses, though they were not so nearly so frequent as were thought, by which unworthy men sometimes reached such positions, for men abuse even the best things. But in general, these clerical members of the House of Lords were the chosen intellectual and moral products of the kingdom. Since they were without families, they had less temptation to serve personal interests, and besides, they had received a lifelong training in unselfishness, and the best might be expected of them. For an ideal second chamber, I know none that can compare with this old English House of Lords of the Middle Ages. How much it was responsible for the foundation of the liberties of which the English-speaking people are deservedly so proud, and which have been treated in some detail in the chapter on Origins of Law, would be interesting to trace. 3. The Parish and Training in Citizenship. Mr. Toulmin Smith in his book on the Parish, and Don Gasquet in his volume on The Parish Before the Reformation, have shown what a magnificent institution for popular self-government was the English medieval parish, and how much this contributed to the solution of important social problems, and to the creation of a true democratic spirit. Mr. Toulmin Smith calls particular attention to the fact that when local self-government gets out of the hands of a people of a neighborhood, personal civic energy goes to sleep. The feeling of mutual responsibility of the men of the place is lost, to the great detriment of their larger citizenship in municipality and nation. In the parish, however, forming a separate community of which the members had rights and duties, the primal solid basis for government, the parish authorities took charge of the highways, the roads, the paths, the health, the police, the constabulary, and the fires of their neighborhood. They kept besides a registry of births and deaths and marriages. When these essentially local concerns are controlled in large bodies, the liability to abuse at once becomes easy and political corruption sets in. He mentions, besides many parochial institutions, a parochial friendly society for loans on security, parish guilds for insurance, and many other phases of that thoroughly organized mutual aid so characteristic of the Middle Ages. These parishes became completely organized so as to be thoroughly democratic and representative of all the possibilities of local self-government under King Edward at the end of the 13th and the beginning of the 14th century. Reverend Augustus Jessup in After the Great Pillage tells the story of how the parishes were broken up as a consequence of the confiscation of their endowment during the so-called Reformation. The quotation from him may be found in Appendix 3 in the section on how it all stopped. Toulmin Smith is not so emphatic, but he is scarcely less explicit than Jessup. Quote, "The attempts of ecclesiastical authority to encroach on the civil authorities of the parish have been more successful since the Reformation." Close quote. As a matter of fact, at that time all government became centralized, and complete contradiction though it may seem to be of what is sometimes declared the place of the Reformation in the history of human liberty, the genuine democratic institutions of England were to a great extent impaired by the Reform, and an autocracy which later developed into an autocratic aristocracy largely took its place. Out of that England has gradually lifted itself during the 19th century. Even now, however, as pointed out in the preceding chapter that might have been, the House of Lords is not at all what it was in the 13th and 14th century, when the majority of its members were lords spiritual, men who had come up from the masses as a rule. 4. The chance to rise. We are very prone to think that even though there may have been excellent opportunities for the higher education in the 13th century, and in many ways an ideal education of the masses, still there was one great social drawback in those times, the lack of opportunity for men of humble birth to rise to higher stations. Nothing, however, is less true. There probably never was a time when even members of the poorest families might rise more readily and rapidly to the highest positions in the land. The sons of village merchants and village artisans, nay, the sons and grandsons of farmers bound to the soil, could by educational success become clergymen in various ranks, and by attaining a bishopric or the position of abbot or prior of a monastery, reach a seat in the House of Lords. Most of the Lord High Chancellors of England during the Middle Ages, and some of them are famous for their genius as canon and civil lawyers, for their diplomatic abilities and their breadth of view and capacity as administrators, were the sons of humble parents. Take the single example of Stratford, the detail of whose inhabitants' lives, because of the greatness of one of them, have attracted more attention than those of any other town of corresponding size in England. At the beginning of the 14th century, it is only what we would call a village, and it probably did not have 3,000 inhabitants, if indeed the number was not less than 2,000. In his book, Shakespeare the Boy, Mr. Rolfe calls attention to certain conditions that interest us in the old village. He tells us of what happened as a result of the development of liberty in the 13th century. Quote, "Villenage gradually disappeared in the reign of Edward VII, and those who had been subject to it became free tenants, paying definite rents for house and land. 3 natives of the town, who, after the fashion of the time, took their surnames from the place of their birth, rose to high positions in the church, one becoming Archbishop of Canterbury, and the others respectively Bishops of London and Chichester. John of Stratford and Robert of Stratford were brothers, and Ralph of Stratford was their nephew. John and Robert were both for a time Chancellors of England, and there is no other instance of 2 brothers attaining that high office in succession." Close quote. To many people the fact that the avenue to rise was through the clergy more than in any other way will be disappointing. One advantage, however, that the old people would insist that they had from their system was that these men, having no direct descendants, were less likely to pursue selfish aims and more likely to try to secure the benefit of the community than are those who in our time rise through the legal profession. The Lord High Chancellors of recent time have all been lawyers. Would not most of the world confess that the advantage was with the medieval peoples? President Woodrow Wilson of Princeton realized sympathetically this great element of saving democracy in the Middle Ages, and has paid worthy tribute to it. He said, quote, "The only reason why government did not suffer dry rot in the Middle Ages under the aristocratic systems which then prevailed, was that the men who were efficient instruments of government were drawn from the church, from that great church, that body which we now distinguish from other church bodies as the Roman Catholic Church. The Roman Catholic Church then, as now, was a great democracy. There was no peasant so humble that he might not become a priest, and no priest so obscure that he might not become Pope of Christendom, and every chancellery in Europe was ruled by those learned, trained, and accomplished men, the priesthood of that great and then dominant church. And so what kept government alive in the Middle Ages was this constant rise of the sap from the bottom, from the rank and file of the great body of the people through the open channels of the Roman Catholic priesthood." Close quote. 5. Insurance. Insurance is usually supposed to be a modern idea, representing one of those developments of the capitalization of mutual risks of life, property, and the like that have come as a consequence of modern progress. The insurance system of the Middle Ages, the organization of which came in the 13th century, is therefore extremely interesting. It was accomplished, as was every form of cooperation and coordination of effort, through special guilds or through the trade of merchant guilds. Among the objects of the guilds enumerated by Toulmin Smith is insurance against loss by fire. This was paid through the particular guild to which the merchant belonged, or in the case of the artisan through a special guild which he joined for the purpose. Provision was made, however, for much more than insurance by fire. Our fire insurance companies are probably several centuries old, so also are our insurance arrangements against shipwreck. Other features of insurance, however, are much more recent. Practically all of these were in active existence during the Middle Ages, though they disappeared with the so-called Reformation, and then did not come into existence again for several centuries, and indeed not until our own time. The old guilds, for instance, provided insurance against loss from flood, a feature of insurance that has not, so far as I know, developed in our time; against loss of robbery. Our burglary insurance is quite recent; against loss by the fall of a house, by imprisonment, and then also insurance against the loss of cattle and farm products. All the features of life insurance were also in existence. The partial disability clauses of life or accident insurance policies are recent developments. In the old days there is insurance against the loss of sight, against the loss of a limb, or any other form of crippling. The deaf and dumb might be insured so as to secure an income for them, and corresponding relief for leprosy might be obtained, so that if one were set apart from the community by the law requiring segregation of lepers, there might be provision for food and lodging, even though productive work has become impossible. In a word, the insurance system of the Middle Ages was thoroughly developed. It was not capitalistic. The charges were only enough to maintain the system, and not such as to provide large percentage returns on invested stock and on bonds, and the accumulation of huge surpluses that almost inevitably lead to gross abuses. What is best in our modern system of insurance is an imitation of the older methods. Certain of the trade insurance companies which assume a portion of the risk on mills, factories, and the like are typical examples. They know the conditions, enforce proper precautions, keep an absolute check on suspicious losses, accumulate only a moderate surplus, and present very few opportunities for insurance abuses. The same thing is true for the fraternal societies that conduct life insurance. When properly managed, they represent the lowest possible cost and the best efficiency, with least opportunities for fraud, and without any temptations to interfere with legislation and any allurements for legislators to spend their time making strike and graft bills instead of doing legislative work. 6. Old age pensions. This generation has occupied itself much with the question of old age pensions. Probably most people feel that this is the first time in the world's history that such arrangements have been made. The movement is supposed to represent a recent development of humanitarian purpose, and to be a feature of recent philanthropic evolution. It is rather interesting, in the light of that idea, to see how well they accomplish this same purpose in the 13th and 14th centuries. In our own time it has been a government affair, with all the possibilities of abuse that there are in a huge pension system, and surely no country knows it better than we do here in America. The old countries, Germany and France, have established a contributing system of pension. This was the model for their system of caring for the old and the disabled in the Middle Ages. Toulmin Smith cites a rule of one of the guilds, which gives us exactly the status of the old age disability pension question. After a workman has been 7 years a member, the guild assured him a livelihood in case of disability from any cause. When we recall that employer as well as employee as a rule belonged to the guild, and this was a real mutual organization in which there was a sharing of the various risks of life, we see how eminently well adapted to avoid abuses this old system was. Where the pensioners appeal to a government pension system, abuses are almost inevitable. There is the constant temptation to exploit the system on the part of the pensioners, because they have the feeling that if they do not, others will. Then the investigation of each particular case is difficult, and favoritism and graft of various kinds inevitably find its way in. Where the pension is paid by a small body of fellow workmen, the investigation is easy. The temptation to exploit does not readily find place, and while abuses are to some extent inevitable, these are small in amount, and not likely to be frequent. Friends and neighbors know conditions, and men are not pauperized by the system. And if, after an injury that seemed at first so disabling as to be permanent, the pensioner should improve enough to be able to get back to work, or at least to do something to support himself, the system is elastic enough so that he is not likely to be tempted to continue to live on others rather than on his own efforts. 7. The ways and means of charity, organized charity. Most of us would be apt to think that our modern methods of obtaining funds for charitable purposes represented definite developments, and that at least special features of our collections for charity were our own invention. In recent years, the value of being able to reach a great many people, even for small amounts, has been particularly recognized. Tag Day is one manifestation of that. Everyone in a neighborhood is asked to contribute a small amount for a particular charitable purpose, and the whole collection usually runs up to a snug sum. Practices very similar to these were quite common in the 13th century. As in our own time, it was the women who collected the money. A rope, for instance, was stretched across a marketplace where traffic was busy, and everyone who passed was required to pay a toll for charity. Occasionally the rope was stretched across a bridge, and the tolls were collected on a particular day each year. Other forms of charitable accumulation resembled ours in many respects. Entertainments of various kinds were given for charity, and special collections were made during the exhibition of mystery plays, mostly to pay the expenses of the representation, and the surplus to go to the charities of the particular guild. Most of the charity, however, was organized. Indeed, it is the organization of charity during the 13th century that represents the best feature of its fraternalism. The needy were cared for by the guilds themselves. There were practically no poorhouses, and if a man was willing to work and had already shown this willingness, there were definite bureaus that would help him at least to feed his family while he was out of work. This system, however, was flexible enough to provide also for the ne'er-do-wells, the tramps, the beggars, but they were given not money, but tokens which enabled them to obtain the necessaries of life without being able to abuse charity. The committees of the guilds consulted in various ways among themselves and with church wardens, so as to be sure that, while all the needy were receiving help, no one was abusing charity by drawing help from a number of different quarters. Of course, they did not have the problem of large city life that we have, and so their comparatively simple organization of charity sufficed for all the needs of the time, and at the same time anticipated our methods. 8. Scientific universities. In the first edition of this book, I called attention to the fact that science, even in our sense of physical science, was, in spite of impressions to the contrary, a favorite subject for students and teachers in the early universities. What might have been insisted on, however, is that these old universities were scientific universities resembling our own so closely in their devotion to science as to differ from them only in certain unimportant aspects. Because the universities for 3 centuries before the 19th had been occupied mainly with classical studies, we are prone to think that these were the main subjects of university teaching for all the centuries before. Nothing could well be less true. The undergraduate studies consisted of the 7 liberal arts so called, though these were largely studied from the scientific standpoint. The quotation from Professor Huxley makes this very clear. What we would now call the graduate studies consisted of metaphysics, in which considerable physics were studied, astronomy, medicine, above all mathematics, and then the ethical sciences, under which were studied what we now call ethics, politics, and economics. The picture of these medieval universities, as I have given them in my lecture on medieval scientific universities in Education, How Old the New, makes this very clear. The interest and studies were very like those of our own time, only the names for them being different. Nature study was a favorite subject, and, as I have pointed out in The Popes and Science, Dante must be considered as a great nature student, for he was able to draw the most exquisite figures from details of knowledge of living things with which few poets are familiar. The books of the professors of the 13th century which have been preserved, those of Albert Magnus, Roger Bacon, Aquinas, Duns Scotus, and others, make it very clear that scientific teaching was the main occupation of the university faculties, while the preservation of these huge tomes by the diligent copying of disciples shows how deeply interested were their pupils in the science of the time. 9. Medical teaching and professional standards. At all times in the history of education, the standards of scientific education and the institutions of learning can be best judged from the condition of the medical schools. When the medical sciences are taken seriously, when thorough preparation is demanded before their study may be taken up, when 4 or 5 years of attention to theoretic and practical medicine are required for graduation, and when the professors are writing textbooks that are to attract attention for generations afterwards, then there is always a thoroughly scientific temper in the university itself. Medicine is likely to suffer first whenever there is neglect of science. The studies of the German historians Puschmann, Bagel, Nuremberg, and Sudhoff in recent years have made it very clear that the medical schools of the universities of the 13th century were maintaining high standards. The republication of old texts, especially in France, has called attention to the magnificent publications of their professors, while a review of their laws and regulations confirms the idea of the good work that was being done. Gurlt, in his History of Surgery, has reviewed the textbooks of Roger and Roland and the Four Masters, of William of Salicet and La France, and of many others, in a way to make it very clear that these men were excellent teachers. When we discover that 3 years of preparatory university work was required before the study of medicine could be begun, and 4 years of medical studies were required, with a subsequent year of practice under a physician's direction, before a license for independent practice could be issued, then the scientific character of the medical schools, and therefore of the universities to which they were attached, is placed beyond all doubt. These are the terms of the law issued by the Emperor Frederick II for the 2 Sicilies. That in substance it applied to other countries we learn from the fact that the charters of medical schools granted by the popes at this time require proper university preliminary studies, and 4 or 5 years at medicine before the degree of doctor could be given. We know besides that in the cities only those who were graduates of properly recognized medical schools were allowed to practice medicine, so that there was every encouragement for the maintenance of professional standards. Indeed, Strange as it may seem to our generation, the standards of the 13th century in medical education were much higher than our own, and their medical schools were doing fine work. 10. Magnetism. For proper understanding of the 13th century scholars, it is especially important to appreciate their thoroughly scientific temper of mind, their powers of observation, and their successful attainments in science. I know no more compendious way of reaching the knowledge of these qualities in the medieval mind than a study of the letters of Peregrinus, which we would in our time call a monograph on magnetism. Brother Potomanian, in his chapter in Makers of Electricity, on Peregrinus and Columbus, sums up the very interesting contributions of this medieval student of magnetism to the subject. The list of chapters alone in Peregrinus's monograph makes it very clear how deep were his interest and how thoroughly practical his investigations. They are, quote, Part 1, Chapter 1, Purpose of this work. 2. Qualifications of the experimenter. 3. Characteristics of a good lodestone. 4. How to distinguish the poles of a lodestone. 5. How to tell which pole is north and which is south. 6. How one lodestone attracts another. 7. How iron touched by a lodestone turns towards the poles of the world. 8. How a lodestone attracts iron. 9. Why the north pole of one lodestone attracts the south pole of another, and vice versa. 10. An inquiry into the natural virtue of the lodestone. Part 2, Chapter 1. Construction of an instrument for measuring the azimuth of the sun, the moon, or any star then in the horizon. 2. Construction of a better instrument for the same purpose. 3. The art of making a wheel of perpetual motion. Close quote. In order to illustrate what Peregrinus accomplished, it has seemed worthwhile to reproduce here the sketches which illustrate his epistle. We have the double pivoted needle and the first pivoted compass. In the light of certain recent events, a passage from the New Naval History or Complete Review of the British Marine is of special interest. It illustrates perhaps the new confidence that came to men in sailing to long distances as a result of the realization of the practical value of the magnetic needle during the 13th century. Quote, in the year 1360, it is recorded that a friar of Oxford called Nicholas de Lena, being a good astronomer, went in company with others to the most northern island, and thence traveled alone, and that he went to the North Pole by means of his skill in magic, or the black art. But this magic or black art may probably have been nothing more than a knowledge of the magnetic needle or compass, found out about 60 years before, though not in common use until many years after. Close quote. 11. Biological theories, evolution, recapitulation. Of course, only those who are quite unfamiliar with the history of philosophic thought are apt to think that the theory of evolution is modern. Serious students of biology are familiar with the long history of the theory, and especially its anticipations by the Greeks. Very few know, however, that certain phases of evolutionary theory attracted not a little attention from the scholastic philosophers. It would not be difficult to find the expressions in Roger Bacon and Albertus Magnus that would serve to show that they thought not only of the possibility of some very intimate relation of species, but of developmental connections. The great teacher of the time, St. Thomas Aquinas, has some striking expressions in the matter which deserve to be quoted because he is the most important representative of the philosophy and science of the century, and the one whose works most influenced succeeding generations. In the lecture on medieval scientific universities published in Education, How Old the New, I called particular attention to this phase of St. Thomas's teaching. Two quotations will serve to make it clear here. Professor Osborne, in From the Greeks to Darwin, quotes Aquinas' commentary on St. Augustine's opinion with regard to the origin of things as they are. Augustine declared that the Creator had simply brought into life the seeds of things and given these the power to develop. Aquinas, expounding Augustine, says, quote, "As to production of plants, Augustine holds a different view, for some say that on the third day plants were actually produced, each in his kind, a view favored by the superficial reading of Scripture. But Augustine says that the earth is then said to have brought forth grass and trees causaliter, that is, it then received power to produce them. For in those days God made creation primarily or causaliter, and then rested from his work." Close quote. Like expressions might be quoted from him, and other writers of the 13th century might well be cited in confirmation of the fact that while these great teachers of the Middle Ages thoroughly recognized the necessity for creation to begin with and the placing by the Creator of some power in living things that enables them to develop, they were by no means bound by the thought that all living species were due to special creations. They even did not hesitate to teach the possibility of the lower order of living things at least coming into existence by spontaneous generation, and would probably have found no difficulty in accepting a theory of descent with the limitations that most scientific men of our generation are prone to demand for it. Lest it should be thought that this is a mere accidental agreement with modern thought, due much more to a certain looseness of terms than to actual similarity of view, it seems well to point out how close St. Thomas came to that thought in modern biology which is probably considered to be one of our most distinct modern contributions to the theory of evolution, though in recent years serious doubts have been thrown on it. It is expressed by the formula of Herbert Spencer, quote, "Ontogeny recapitulates phylogeny." Close quote. According to this, the completed being repeats in the course of its development the history of the race, that is to say, the varying phases of fetal development, from the single cell in which it originates up to the perfect being of the special type as it is born into the world, retrace the history by which from the single cell being the creature in question has gradually developed. It is very curious to find that St. Thomas Aquinas, in his teaching with regard to the origin and development of the human being, says almost exactly what the most ardent supporters of this so-called fundamental biogenetic law proclaimed during the latter half of the 19th century, thinking they were expressing an absolutely new thought. He says that, quote, "The higher a form is in the scale of being, and the farther it is removed from mere material form, the more intermediate forms must be passed through before the final perfect form is reached. Therefore, in the generation of animal and man, these having the most perfect forms, there occur many intermediate forms in generation and consequently destruction, because the generation of one being is the destruction of another." Close quote. St. Thomas draws the ultimate conclusions from this doctrine without hesitation. He proclaims that the human material is first animated by a vegetative soul or principle of life, and then by an animal soul, and only ultimately, when the matter has been properly prepared for it, by a rational soul. He says, quote, "The vegetative soul, therefore, which is first in embryo while it lives the life of a plant, is destroyed, and there succeeds a more perfect soul, which is at once nutrient and sentient, and for that time the embryo lives the life of an animal. Upon destruction of this there succeeds the rational soul, infused from without." Close quote. 12. The Pope of the Century. The absence of a chapter on the Pope of the Century has always seemed a lacuna in the previous editions of this book. Pope Innocent III whose pontificate began just before the century opened, and occupied the first 15 years of it, well deserves a place beside Francis the Saint, Thomas the Scholar, Dante the Poet, and Louis the Monarch of this great century. More than any other single individual, he was responsible for the great development of the intellectual life that took place. But at the same time his wonderfully broad influence enabled him to initiate many of the movements that meant most for human uplift and for the alleviation of suffering in this period. It was in councils of the Church summoned by him that the important legislation was passed requiring the development of schools, the foundation of colleges in every diocese, and of universities in important metropolitan sees. What he accomplished for hospitals has been well told by Virchow, from whom I quote a magnanimous tribute in the chapter on the foundation of city hospitals. The legislation of Innocent III did much to encourage and yet to regulate properly the religious orders of the time engaged in charitable work. Besides doing so much for charity, he was a stern upholder of morals. As more than one king of the time realized while Innocent was pope, there could be no trifling with marriage vows. On the other hand, while Innocent was so stern as to the enforcement of marriage laws, his wonderfully judicious character and his care for the weak and the innocent can be particularly noted in his treatment of the children in these cases. While he compelled recalcitrant kings to take back the wives they would repudiate and put away other women who had won their affections, he did not hesitate to make due provision, as far as possible, for the illegitimate children. P.D. Gordon, in his recent life of Pope Innocent III, notes that he invariably legitimized the offspring of these illegal unions of kings, and even declared them capable of succession. He would not visit the guilt of the parent on the innocent offspring. Innocent did more to encourage the idea of international arbitration than anyone up to his time. During his period, more than once, he was the arbitrator to whom rival national claims that might have led to war were referred. Probably his biggest claim on our admiration in the modern time is his attitude toward the Jews. In this he is centuries ahead of his time, and indeed the policy that he laid down is far ahead of what is accorded to them by many of the nations even at the present time. And it must not be forgotten that it is only during the past 100 years that the Jew has come to have any real privileges comparable to those accorded to other men. At the time when the Jew had no real rights in law, Innocent insisted on according them all the rights of men. His famous edict in this regard is well known. Let no Christian by violence compel them to come dissenting or unwilling to baptism. Further, let no Christian venture maliciously to harm their persons without a judgment of the civil power, to carry off their property or change their good customs which they have had hitherto in that district which they inhabit. Close quote. When, in addition to all this, it is recalled that he was a distinguished scholar and graduate of the University of Paris, looked up to as one of the intellectual geniuses of the time, the author of a treatise on the contempt of the world, at a time when the kings of the earth were obeying him, known for his personal piety and for his thorough regulation of his own household, something of the greatness of the man will be appreciated. No wonder that historians who have taken up the special study of his career have always been won over to deep personal admiration of him, and though many of them began prejudiced in his regard, practically all of them were converted to be his sincere admirers. 13. International Arbitration. During the Peace Conference in New York in 1908, I was on the program with Mr. William T. Stead of London, the editor of the English Review of Reviews, who was very much interested in the volume on the 13th century, and who suggested that one chapter in the book should have been devoted to the consideration of what was accomplished for peace and for international arbitration during this century. There is no doubt that there developed, as the result of many papal decrees, a greater tendency than has existed ever before or since to refer quarrels between nations that would ordinarily end in war to decision by some selected umpire, usually the Pope as the head of the Christian Church, to which all the nations of the civilized world belonged, was selected as the arbitrator. This international arbitration, strengthened by the decrees of Pope Innocent III, Pope Honorius III, and Pope Alexander III, developed in a way that is well worthwhile studying, and that has deservedly been the subject of careful investigation since the present peace movement began. Certainly the outlook for the securing of peace by international arbitration was better at this time than it has been at any time since. What a striking example, for instance, is the choice of King Louis of France as the umpire in the dispute between the barons and the King of England, which might have led to war. Louis's position with regard to the empire and the papacy was to a great extent that of a pacificator, and his influence for peace was felt everywhere throughout Europe. The spirit of the century was all for arbitration and the adjudication of international as well as international difficulties by peaceful means. 14. Bible revision. Most people will be quite sure that at least the question of Bible revision with critical study of text and comparative investigation of sources was reserved for our time. The two orders of friars founded in the early part of the 13th century, however, devoted themselves to the task of supplying to the people a thoroughly reliable edition of the Scriptures. The first systematic revision was made by the Dominicans about 1236. After 20 years, this revision was set aside as containing too many errors, and another Dominican correction replaced it. Then came that great scholar, Hugh of St. Cher, known later as the Cardinal of Santa Sabina, the author of the first great biblical concordance. His Bible studies did much to clarify obscurities in the text. Sometime about 1240, he organized a commission of friars for the revision of what was known as the Paris Exemplar, the Bible text that was most in favor at that time. The aim of Hugh of St. Cher was to establish the old Vulgate of St. Jerome, the text which received this name during this century, but with such revision as would make this version correspond as nearly as possible to the Hebrew and the Greek. The activity on the part of the Dominicans was rivaled by the Franciscans. We might not expect to find the great scientist Roger Bacon as a biblical scholar and reviser, but such he was, working with Wilmers de Mara, to whom, according to Father Denifle, late the librarian of the Vatican Library, must be attributed the title given him by Roger Bacon of Sapientissimus Vir. The Dominicans, under the leadership of Hugh of St. Cher, with high ideals, had hoped to achieve a perfect primitive text. The version made by de Mara, however, with the approval and advice of Bacon, was only meant to bring out St. Jerome's text as perfectly as possible. These two revisions, made in the 13th century, are typical of all the efforts that men have made since in that direction. Contrary to usual present-day impressions, they are characterized by critical scholarship and probably represent as great a contribution to biblical lore as was made by any other century. End of selections from the second appendix of the 13th Greatest of Centuries by James Walsh. End of the 13th Greatest of Centuries by James Walsh. This book has been recorded by Phil Chenevert in June 2014.